getting them in prior to scheduling that. But once they're in, I think we can try to work with whomever we need to work with to get a date. No, go ahead.
Rusty Barton is in town, so we'll have that. We've given him some of the recordings. He obviously has lots of recordings, so you can go ahead and listen to those. We don't want to stop him go out and refresh his memory.
Okay, good.
I told the defense if they have anything he wants to listen to. He has an attorney, Judge, and we're trying to get a hold of him. And we're going to try to arrange a meeting between the defense and Mr. Barton sometime this week if the court would maybe just let us break a little bit early. Do that.
I would say try to do that on Thursday. You know, that might be something we could do Thursday afternoon and not come back that day. Y'all let me know.
We'll do that. And Judge, outside of that, we just need to, I think there's anything else that we've got witness-wise. Got a couple coming in from outstate.
All right, but y'all think y'all wrap up into the week or still going to push to next week probably? I mean, that's fine. I'm just trying to, okay. All right.
Well, Judge.
We'll see. I know, but I'm.
And Your Honor, is it? I lost my train of thought. Is Wednesday the day that we need to take an extended?
Thursday.
Okay.
Thursday.
Wednesday you have to break. I don't know what you're meeting.
Wednesday we have to break early, but we're still only going to break our hour-ish.
Okay.
But we need to stop at 11:30 on Wednesday, and then we can start back 12:30 Quarter Hill, depending on and because we'll bring food in that day, so it'll be quicker.
And then Thursday.
Thursday is a longer day, and if that's the day where y'all want to do some stuff additionally and take the entire afternoon off, I'm open to that. If
I think that would make the most sense if we're going to have any time to speak with Mr. Barton.
okay, and then if y'all wanted to plan on him for Friday,
We'll do that, Judge.
okay. All right, y'all ready to bring him in?
Yes. Do you want to? I guess I'll just call.
Go ahead and
witness
go
when
ahead
they
and bring
get-
your witness in.
Okay.
All right. All right, good morning. Hope y'all had a good weekend. We had some issues with the court reporter equipment this morning, and they won't let me touch it. So, sounded like they had to reboot it multiple times, and we worked on some logistical stuff for the rest of the week. So, all right, Ms. Frankish, you ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge. State
All right, go
calls Ted Pierce.
All right.
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, excuse me, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, have a seat. And scoot on close to that microphone so we can hear you. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, my name is Theophilus Pierce, but I go by Ted.
How do you know the Farris family?
I met Scott probably about 10, 11 years ago.
And how close would you say you and Scott are?
He's probably one of my closest friends.
Would you visit Scott where he lived at the farm?
Occasionally. I've been out there a few times.
What would you guys do together the most?
We played a lot of golf together.
Where would you play golf?
Mainly a place called Hampton Golf Village in North Forsyth.
Why there?
It was close to where, I guess closer to where I lived. My brother-in-law lived close to there. He'd play a lot with us, and it was a relatively inexpensive golf course. We play a lot of twilight golf.
Did you say relatively inexpensive?
Inexpensive, yeah. So 25, 30 bucks around, you know.
So where is it that you live?
At that time, I was living in Dawson County at my family's lake house. I traveled a lot for work, so I wasn't home often.
What part of the lake? What lake was that on?
Lake Lanier.
What part of the lake was that?
It would be considered the north side of the lake.
So this was back in 2018 you lived at the lake house there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what year did you meet Scott?
Probably somewhere in the 2014, 2015 year, I would have to say.
How did you meet him?
I met him through my sister. She worked at a restaurant in Johns Creek that I would go up to pretty regularly, and he would go up to there because they were friends. And so she introduced us.
And so Scott is pretty close to your whole family?
Yes, he is.
Were you with Scott the first week in July of 2018?
I was.
How every day? How frequently were you with him?
That week, definitely the first 3 days of the week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we spent a lot of time together.
Were you at the farm the week before for Gary's birthday?
I do not recall if I was there or not.
About how many times would you say you visited the farm?
I've probably been out there no more than 6, 7 times, maybe 8 times.
In 2018, what did you know to be Scott's job?
Scott managed the farm. He took care of the animals, maintenance around the farm, pretty much anything his dad needed on the farm was Scott's job.
Did you know how he took care of the animals?
In terms of, I mean, he fed them, he'd, ride the horses, he'd make sure they got out in the pastures when they needed to. Basically just like, as I envision it, what you would do to take care of animals at a farm.
Sure. And if his mom were to call him back to the farm and you were with Scott, what would he do?
He would usually go back. It would probably depend on what the issue was, but in most of the time he would go back because it was usually a big enough issue he needed to get back to get something taken care of.
Sure. So I want to talk about that first week in July of 2018, and we have a calendar here in case you need to look and see what days of the week we're talking about. So I want to talk about this week right here, okay?
Okay.
And what was your job in 2018?
In
2018.
2018, I work for a company that manufactures dental x-ray equipment.
Okay.
And I still do.
Okay.
I'm still at the same company.
Were you in town that first week of July?
I was. I took that week off work.
Oh, you had the whole week off?
I took the whole week off, yeah.
And what did you do on Monday, July 2nd?
On Monday, July 2nd, I believe we played golf at the Manor that morning.
Who's we?
Me, Scott, and our friends Joe and Ryan.
Do you remember what time you teed off?
It would have been morning, probably 9-ish, I'd guess, on that day. I picked up Scott from the farm that morning, and we went to the Manor because it was relatively close to where he lived.
And what did you do after you played golf at the manor?
I dropped him back off at the farm to get his truck, and then we went to a place called Rosati's for lunch.
All right. What did you do after Rosati's?
I left and went home.
And did you and Scott go your separate ways?
Yes, yes.
Around what time was that?
I'd say that'd be, if I recall, sometime middle afternoon. If we had finished up with golf that day, it would have been around 12:31, and then we would have went and had probably a drink and some lunch at Rosati's, and then, yeah, probably 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Do you know if you and him communicated the rest of that Monday?
I do not recall if we may have, but it would have been a text or two at minimum, not a lot of conversation at that point.
Okay. So the next day would be Tuesday the 3rd. Did you see Scott that day?
I did.
What did you do?
Scott came up to the lake house, and we went out on the lake for the day.
Around what time did Scott come up to the lake house?
Probably early afternoon, would usually been about the average time he would show up.
What did you do at the lake?
Took the boats out, probably did some surfing off the back of the wakeboard boat, probably took out the pontoon boat. I believe we went and watched fireworks from the water that night from one of the marinas up there. But that'd be about an average day on the lake.
Do you know, did Scott stay for dinner?
Yes, he did.
How late did he stay?
Scott left just before 11 p.m. on that night.
Was your house equipped with any security cameras?
Yes, I had a Nest security camera in my front door, or front porch driveway area.
And after finding out what happened to Gary, did you have the opportunity to pull that footage?
I did.
And what did you pull?
I pulled the footage of Scott leaving that evening just for the timestamp out of more curiosity.
State moves to admit I guess it's just Pierce 1.
No objection.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and publish this, Mr. Pierce. I'll go ahead and actually also move to admit Pierce 2, the screenshot of the timestamp.
No objection.
Pull this up first. This is Pierce 2 that I'm showing you. Is that the clip that you pulled down from
Yes.
Nest? And did you take that photo of the clip?
I took that photo with my cell phone, yes.
Okay. And so does that show the date and time of the clip itself?
Yes, it does.
Do you remember what day you pulled that down? And I say pulled that down, I'm inferring that you pulled that off of a cloud or some account that you have with Nest.
Correct. It's off my Nest account that I had at the time.
And you downloaded that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember when?
I initially downloaded it back probably in 2018, but lost that thumb drive, and recently was able to gain access again to my Nest account, and was able to re-pull the footage down just a couple days ago.
Was it already saved in your account?
Correct, yes.
From when you first pulled it
From
down?
when I first pulled it, yes, ma'am.
And did you pull it down after finding out what happened to Mr. Farris, Gary Farris?
I did.
I'm going to go ahead and publish Pierce 2. I'm sorry, Pierce 1, the video clip. And so is 10:55 the time that clip saved.
Yes, ma'am.
So once he left that night, when was the next time you saw Scott?
The next morning at Hampton Golf Village, we had I believe a 7 a.m. or 7:15 a.m. tea time.
When you arrived at Hampton Golf Village, was Scott already there?
Yes.
What time did you arrive?
I believe Philip and I arrived around 6:45.
Had you heard from Scott before arriving at the golf course?
He did text me a little bit earlier that morning asking if we were awake and ready to go.
So you golfed at Hampton Golf Club on, that would be the day of the 4th?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did it take you to do that round?
That round was probably about 4.5 hours. Typical round.
18 holes?
18 holes, yes, ma'am.
So that puts you around lunchtime.
Correct.
What did you do next?
We went directly back to the lake house.
Who's we?
Me, Scott, and my brother-in-law, Philip.
So did Philip golf with you that day as well?
Yes, ma'am.
You went back up to the lake house. Did you guys stop anywhere?
No.
Once you got to the lake house, what did you do?
Probably went back down to the dock, went back out on the boat for a little bit. I left at some point in the afternoon for a few hours to go visit a friend at, I believe, a pool party in downtown Cumming, and then came back up to the lake house a little bit later.
Was Scott still there when
Yes,
you
ma'am.
arrived back? And did you guys go back to that pool party later
We
that
did.
evening? Tell the jury about that.
After I got back up to the lake house, everybody had kind of started packing up to go home. My mom went home. My sister and my niece and my brother-in-law went home. And I was planning to go back to the pool party, and Scott came with me because it was on his way home. So
What time was that, do you think?
probably around 5:30, 6 o'clock, I'd say.
How long was that drive from your lake house to the pool party?
About half an hour. 20 minutes to half an hour.
How long did you stay at the pool party?
I don't recall how long I stayed. I might have been there a little while.
How long was Scott there for?
Maybe an hour,
He
hour
did
and a
not
half.
stay as long as you
He did
did?
not stay as long as I did, no ma'am.
Did, when Scott, let me go back to the night of the 3rd. When Scott left the night of the 3rd, did he say why he was leaving?
He had gotten a phone call from his mom, and the horses had apparently gotten out, and he needed to go home and take care of that.
Did he tell you why he was leaving the pool party on the 4th?
Just no specific reason, just to go home.
Did you all, when was the next time you heard from him?
I heard from him the following day on, I believe, the 5th, Thursday the 5th.
Okay. Did you guys have plans that day?
We did.
What were your plans?
We were supposed to go meet a friend of ours, club fitter at PGA Superstore down in Roswell to get fitted for custom golf clubs.
Did you end up doing that?
I did, yes.
You did go?
I did go.
Okay. Did you hear from Scott that day about what happened to his dad?
I did.
Okay. When he called you, did he say anything about what happened?
He had called me a couple times, if I recall correctly, that day. He had called me initially to tell me his dad was missing, and they were starting to look for him. And then a little bit while later, he called me again and said he thinks he found his dad's remains, or he found something that day.
Have you ever met Melody Farris?
Briefly, a couple times at the farm in passing. No, like, real conversations, though.
Would Scott share anything with you about his family when you guys would hang out?
Not a lot, no. I mean, guys don't, we don't really talk about that.
After all of this happened with his dad and Scott finding the remains, how was Scott when you guys would hang out?
Afterwards, I mean, outside of, being upset and frustrated with everything that was going on, he was still pretty much the same Scott, just in terms of still a good friend, still there, still talk to you when you needed it, but he was different in terms, he was sad. He was sadder than normal.
Did he ever open up to you about his dad?
Not really. I didn't ask. It was a hard subject to bring up.
What did Scott eventually get a job after finding his dad's remains?
He did.
What job did he get?
For a little while, he was doing odd jobs, doing helping a friend of ours out with like cabinetry work and like just kind of home remodel, general contractor stuff. But then he got a job at a friend of ours owns a nursery in Forsyth County. He got a job working for him full time.
Did Scott continue to take care of the animals on the farm?
He did.
How do you know that he did that?
I talked to him pretty regularly. I mean, he was still out there, and we were still, we're still friends. So I mean, he would still tell me a lot of what was going on.
Who was providing the feed for the animals and doing all of the work that needed to be done?
He was from working. He was trying to keep it going as long as he could.
Did Scott love the animals on that farm?
He absolutely loved the animals on that farm.
How do you know that?
He always, he talks about it now all the time, but I know he did. He absolutely loved working for his dad. He loved being out there on that farm.
1 second, Coach. That's it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Pierce.
Good morning.
My name is John Luke Weaver, and I, along with Michael Ray, represent Melody Farris. Just a few brief questions. So 7-2 that Monday, you guys went and played golf at the Manor Club, which is kind of closer to where Scott lived.
Correct.
And y'all went to, like, what time was that tee time?
I want to say it was probably around 9, maybe 8:30, 9 o'clock that morning.
Okay.
I want to say. I don't 100% remember, but.
And you took the whole week off of work. Were y'all planning just like a guys' week, a golf week? What was going
No,
on?
I traveled a lot for work, so when there were holiday weeks, I would typically just, for myself, just take the week off work and just kind of do whatever I wanted to do.
So Monday it was you and Scott and your brother-in-law.
No, on Monday it was me, Scott, our friends Joe and Ryan.
Okay. All right. And y'all played at the Manor, and then you went to Rosati's,
Yes, sir.
and that's a pub over in Cumming.
Yes, sir. Off exit 13.
Sports bar?
Yes, sir.
All
Yes,
right.
sir.
And how long were y'all there?
A couple hours, probably. 2, maybe 3.
So if you could get, how much did Scott drink that day? Can you remember?
I don't keep tabs on what he was drinking or how much, but no more than, maybe a couple beers at golf and maybe a drink or two at lunch.
Sometimes you guys smoke marijuana too, right?
I never have, no, sir.
But Scott does with you.
I've never seen him do it, but I've heard of it, but I don't know how much he did back then, no.
Okay, so you didn't see him smoke any marijuana that day?
Not on that day, no, sir.
All right. And what time did you say you guys got done with Rosati's?
It's 3:30 probably mid to late afternoon.
All right. And he drove home by himself?
Yes, sir.
Then Tuesday the 2nd, y'all played at where?
Tuesday would have been the 3rd. We did not play golf on Tuesday.
Okay. What did you see him at all? On the
Yes, he came up to the lake house and we spent the afternoon and evening with
What
my
time?
family on the lake.
Do you remember?
He probably got up there early afternoon. I'd say probably around 1 o'clock. That's pretty average.
Yeah. What did you guys do on the lake?
Same thing we always did. We'd either take the wakeboard boat out and go do some surfing off the back of it, or we would just leisurely take out the pontoon boat and just kind of putz around the lake. I've got friends that live on the lake. We'd go, dock hopping as we call it, go visit friends at docks and hang out and just hang out on the lake, enjoy the weather.
How much do you think you guys had to drink that day?
I'm the boat driver, so I typically did not drink very much out on the lake when I was driving. Again, I don't keep tabs on what anybody else was drinking, but Scott was not a heavy drinker that I recall, so maybe a couple beers.
Maybe a couple of beers?
Maybe a couple beers.
Did you see anybody take any shots that day?
My sister and brother-in-law sometimes would, but that day was not a very heavy drinking day. We had a less than 1-year-old on the boat, my niece, so we were just enjoying the weather and just kind of being chill.
And you remember this phone call that he received that night from his mother?
Well, I don't 100% remember it, but I know he got that phone call because he told me he got that phone call.
He told you he got that
Yes,
phone
sir.
call. When did he tell you that?
Right before he left.
Right before he
Right
left. So
before
you
he
didn't hear the phone call?
No, sir.
And what made you, in your mind, think, well, I need to go and get in my nest and pull up this video of Scott leaving? When did that happen in your life?
Probably a couple weeks after everything had happened, and I knew I was going to get a phone call from Detective Hayes. There was some questions, and I guess just from my own memory, I was like, "What time did he leave?" I watch a lot of TV, so I watch a lot of crime dramas and
So
stuff
you
like that.
you thought Scott's probably a suspect, or you already been alerted to the fact that Scott was a suspect?
I don't know if I'd been alerted to that. I just, for my own memory that day, because once I got back to the lake house that night, I probably had a little bit to drink. Once I was done driving for the day.
That night?
That night of the 3rd, probably, yes.
Yeah, so probably.
Because I lived there, so I slept there. I didn't have to go anywhere.
Right. You're pretty definitive about a lot of things that happened in those days, but you believed yourself to have probably been intoxicated by about 11 o'clock, yes?
I don't know about intoxicated, but
Couldn't drive a car, you'd say that,
I
right?
wouldn't have, no, sir.
All right. Scott, prior to this, you guys would go play golf about how often?
I wouldn't play as much. Again, I traveled a lot, but on weeks where I was in town, we'd try to get a couple rounds in of twilight golf if we could.
Do you ever remember Scott telling you, I can't today, Dad says I got to work, stuff like that?
Not to those exact words, but there were times he couldn't play because
Okay.
he either had stuff he had to get done on the farm or whatever.
But he would complain sometimes that his father wouldn't let him go play golf, right?
I've never heard him complain about his father.
Okay. And you're his best friend, right?
One of his closest friends. I mean, I don't know if I call best, but we're good friends.
How would Scott pay for things? Do you know that?
No, not really. I mean, he had a credit card or a debit card. I mean, he'd always pay with credit or something, a card.
Were you aware that he didn't have a credit card in his own name?
I was not aware, no, sir.
He had to use his father's credit card for everything.
I did not know that, no, sir.
Okay. And then Wednesday morning, you guys went and played golf,
Correct.
correct? And y'all went to Hampton.
Yes, sir.
Did that used to be called Hampton Farms? Because you call it Hampton Village. I didn't know if it was
It's always been called Hampton Golf Village to me.
Hampton Golf Village. And that's up closer to Dawsonville on 400?
Correct. It's north Forsyth County.
Right. Because then you guys went over to the lake.
Yes, sir.
Where is that lake house, by the way?
It's in Dawson County, South Dawson County, off Highway 53 and War Hill Park.
War Hill Park. There we go.
Yes, sir.
And how did he seem that morning?
He seemed himself. We were all a little tired. I mean,
Everybody was a little tired.
Well, I mean,
because your brother-in-law testified to the same thing.
not a morning person myself, so I mean, I was always just a little tired, but it was kind of something we had started doing, playing golf in the morning on 4th of July for, I think this was our 2nd or 3rd year.
So it was a tradition.
We had started one, yeah, we wanted it to be one.
And it was something that you guys were going to keep no matter what, right?
We were going to try to, yeah.
You seem to remember in relatively good detail a lot from that weekend. So what was Scott doing prior to leaving the party that afternoon?
On which day?
The 4th.
On the 4th?
Yes.
What do you mean by what was he doing?
What was he doing?
Well, we
At
were
the
just
park?
hanging out with friends at a pool.
At a pool?
Yeah, just, I mean, there were like 15 people we knew there, and we were just talking, hanging out.
Where was
shooting.
this pool?
An apartment complex somewhere off exit 14. I couldn't tell you the name of the apartment complex right now, but it was pretty close to the highway.
Do you remember all the people that were there?
I could probably name 7 or 8 off the top of my head. It's the same typical group of friends that we always hung out with or always were around and still are around to this day.
Was there a keg at this pool party? I mean, most pool parties
I
have a keg,
don't
right?
recall there being a keg, no.
Shots?
I don't recall that either, no, sir. I'm not saying there wasn't, but I do not recall seeing it.
Beer?
Sure,
Mixed drinks?
probably.
Probably. You don't remember?
Well, I mean, I didn't bring anything because I wasn't drinking. Scott didn't bring anything because he was heading home afterwards, and so we
Do
went
you
by
know that
there.
for sure, or is that a probably?
That's a probably, but I didn't see him drink anything.
So you don't remember?
Not 100%, no, sir.
You either remember or you don't remember.
I don't remember.
Okay. If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
tell you about Gary? Did he say anything about his mom?
He did.
What did he say?
He said, I wonder if my mom finally did something.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
No follow-up.
All right, you can sit down.
State calls Emily Payne.
Right. All right, morning stretch.
Before you have a seat, if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, have a seat. And if you could scoot up to that microphone for us. Thank you. You can probably adjust it a little bit lower. Oh, Ted's pretty tall. There you go. If you could please...
Wireless mic out this morning. Stick one on that lectern. I think it'll do it all by itself. There you go. Just tap it and see if it's. Seems like it's too small, but it's not. Nope.
So I just squeeze, just shove it. Okay.
Yep.
Got it.
Tap it and see if it's working.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. There you go. All right.
Shane's the one that usually does this for us. There we go. Okay. I don't know what to do.
I think it takes a coin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ray.
Just break things.
I think you need a,
Go ahead, we'll just work on it.
I think you need a dime or something.
I'll just speak up. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, I'm Emily Farris Payne.
Where do you live, Emily?
I live in Tennessee. I live in Spring Hill, Tennessee, which is about 25 minutes south of Nashville.
Okay, I'm going to scoot this down a little bit.
Okay, sorry.
Kind of speak over it.
Speak
There
over
we
it?
go, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're good.
Okay.
A little quieter than the last couple of witnesses. How do you know the defendant in this case, Melody Farris?
She's my mom.
And is Gary Farris your dad?
Yes, he is.
When did you all, as a family, move to Georgia?
I believe it was in '95. We moved from Hoover to Atlanta.
How old were you when you moved here?
Well, I was going into the second grade in Alpharetta, so believe like eight, I guess is how old I would have been. Yeah.
Were you around when your dad was in law school, or did you come after he had graduated?
So I was born like literally right before he graduated from law school. So I was at his graduation from law school, but I was an infant. Yes.
Okay. And so you have always known your dad to work at Byrne Foreman.
That's correct. Yes.
How was your dad's work ethic with that firm?
Very good. He was very loyal to Byrne Foreman. He always took it very seriously, at least from my perspective. Yeah, I mean, he was dedicated to it. So, yeah, he took it very seriously.
When you grew up, how was your parents' relationship when you were younger?
It was good from my perspective. You know, from everything that I saw, they were very loving with each other. You know, like physically touchy-feely kisses, hugs. I mean, they certainly, from my perspective, seem like to have a healthy relationship.
Okay.
Yes.
And from your perspective, did that change at all?
Yeah, I mean, yes, it did change later in the years. I would say not till I got into college was there a difference.
Do you know what caused that change?
Yes. Basically, my mother began having an affair with Ted Wiley, and when my dad found out about it, that's pretty much when things went south.
Okay, let's talk about Ted Wiley for a little bit. Around what time did you become aware of that relationship?
Probably 2009, maybe 2008, 2009. I specifically remember when I found out about it. I just can't remember exactly the year, but I think it was
Sure. How did you find out about it?
My dad called me. He called me. I was working, and he called me when I was working, and I took a break to talk to him. And he told me that my mom had moved in with Ted, and that they were in a relationship, and that was pretty devastating.
Who was Ted Wiley? How did you know him?
So Ted, sorry.
That's okay, take your time.
Ted dated my Aunt Sherry, who is my dad's sister. They've been together for a very long time. I mean, like, I remember Christmas gatherings when Ted was around when I was like 7. I mean, he's been around for a very long time. But Ted was dating my Aunt Sherry. Yes.
And you had mentioned that your mom moved in with Ted, and that's the information that you had at the time.
Yes.
How long did she stay gone?
It was quite a while. It was, I mean, certainly longer than a month. I want to say it could have been like 3 months. We couldn't really get a hold of her during that time. And, you know, it was so long ago, it's a little bit of a blur, but it was a good chunk of time for sure.
At any point during the Ted Wiley affair, was there a financial situation that you became aware of between your parents?
I mean, yeah, my dad had called me and said that, like, right before she kind of, for lack of a better word, disappeared, she had withdrawn a significant amount of money from their home equity line of credit tied to the house.
And how was your dad when he told you about that?
I mean, he was upset. You know, I kind of can understand where he was coming from. If my spouse did that, I would be upset. I think anyone would, without communicating. But you know, I think that was very troubling for him, because she had never done anything like that before.
Did you say she had never done anything?
She had never done anything like that before.
At some point over the next year or so, did your parents rekindle, for lack of a better word?
I think there was an attempt made. I moved back to the Atlanta area, and I feel like that's kind of when she came back home, was when I moved back to Atlanta, and I don't know how much effort was put into rekindling the relationship, but she came back home.
Okay. What year was that? You mentioned it was when you moved
2011.
back. 2011.
Yeah. Because that was, after I graduated, so 2011.
So you moved back to the Atlanta area after you graduated?
Yes, from college, yeah.
Did you move back to the Alpharetta house or somewhere else?
No, I was in an apartment in Dunwoody when I moved back.
So at that time, did that affair change your parents' relationship in your eyes?
Yes, absolutely.
How
Changed,
so?
completely changed everything. I just think that he lost trust that was once there. And it was just like we all knew it happened, but there was no explanation from her end on why it happened, or that there was no apology. So it was really hard as a family for us to move on, because it was almost like, we're just not going to talk about that now. But I definitely felt like it was still going on. If, for example, if I were to like go out to lunch, I would see like her texting him. So it's like, you know, things like that. Like, but yes, it was a very bad toll that was taken on our family. Hard to recover from that.
Did your parents' financial relationship change?
Yes, it did.
How so?
So my dad removed her from bank accounts, or he, I guess, closed joint, open new. So she no longer was on the bank accounts. So she can, you know, she didn't have access the way that she did before.
I want to move forward a little bit to, well, let me ask you this. When did you move to Tennessee?
2015 is when I moved to Tennessee.
So your parents had the farm when you moved to Tennessee.
They did, yes.
Were you around when they were making the decision to purchase the farm?
I was.
What was your understanding of why they moved out of Alpharetta into a farm?
Well, I think it was probably a good try to start over. You know, when my mom was in Florence spending time with Ted, he had horses, and they would go horseback riding. It was a pretty big deal. And my mom seemed to really enjoy that. So I think buying kind of like a horse farm was kind of like my dad's way of trying to make her happy. I know that's a little strange, but you know, I just think it was a chance to start fresh. I think from his perspective it was that, but I don't know why together as a couple they decided to move, but yeah, I think it was a chance to start over, for sure.
So then you moved to Tennessee after they moved into the farm? Did you, would your mom visit you in Tennessee?
She would.
And at some point, did you get married in Tennessee?
I did. Yes, I did.
And, well, before that, did your mom kind of rekindle a relationship with her cousin Martha Jane?
She sure did, yes.
Tell the jury about that a little bit.
So, I can't really remember what year it was that Martha Jane had surgery. I'm sorry, I do not know what kind of surgery she had. But my mom kind of volunteered herself to go up there and help her with that. That, from that point, is when the relationship with Martha Jane came about and became stronger.
Where did Martha Jane live?
Tullahoma, Tennessee.
And did you ever go with your mom to Tullahoma?
The only time I ever went to Tullahoma was, I think it was once. We were going to go visit my grandmother, my mom's mom. I think it was for Mother's Day. It was going to be like a Mother's Day kind of visit. And so I drove from Franklin, Tennessee to Tullahoma, Tennessee to ride together with my mom and Martha Jane to Florence, Alabama to visit my grandmother. And I believe that was the only time that I ever visited there.
Okay. So you fast forward a little bit, end up getting married in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Tell the jury a little bit about what happened at your wedding.
I mean, it was a good wedding. I was the bride, so I was a little, I was like probably in another world compared to everyone else. But our family was there, obviously, and I mean, everything was pretty normal with the wedding, but I don't know. I guess Rusty Barton came to the wedding. I knew he was invited. My mom included him on her guest list. He was there, and at that point, we were kind of aware that maybe something more was going on with him, between her, my mom and Rusty, and he came to the wedding, and from what I understand, they were like dancing together, like canoodling, if you will, during the reception.
You mentioned that you all sort of knew prior that something may have been going on. Mm-hmm. How did you know that?
Well, she would like talk, like, so before I even moved to Tennessee, if like I was like out with her, like if we were like running errands or going shopping or something like that, like she would talk about Rusty. Like she would just like bring him up, and you know, she would say something about like, oh, he's such a great grandfather to his grandkids, or blah blah blah, and I was just like, okay, like that's nice. But I don't know, when I told my mom that I was moving to Tennessee, I expected her to be upset, and she wasn't. She was almost giddy, and that to me was like another sign to me that it's like a reason for her to go to Tennessee, is because I'm up there now. And then there was one night after we had moved to Tennessee, my sister was in town. She was working for Tory Burch at the time, and she had to help out at the Green Hills location. And so she was staying with me, and we had planned a dinner with my mom, and I believe I knew Martha Jane was going to go, and they were going to drive up from Tullahoma to Franklin, and we were going to go to dinner. And when my mom arrived at our apartment, Rusty was with her, and we did not know that Rusty was going to be with her, so that was very uncomfortable. I can remember how upset my sister was about the situation. It was very odd to see him there. And then when we went to dinner, they sat next to each other, and just the interactions between the two were of a couple. Like there was, like I felt like under the table leg touching, like getting really close together to talk, just like whispering to each other, like into each other's ears. Like it was so uncomfortable that after they left, after the dinner, my sister was like, we need to tell Daddy. Like, we need to tell Daddy that he was here tonight. And we had a conversation on whether we should tell our dad or not. It was that uncomfortable. But that's kind of when I knew that, why would she be spending time with this guy? We were already kind of suspicious after Ted, so it was strange for us to see her spending time with another man, for sure.
The conversation that you and your sister had, was that with Amanda?
It was.
Did you end up telling your dad?
No, we didn't, and I actually was the one that told her. I just think all it's going to do, we don't know anything, like we don't know, and I just felt like all that's going to do is upset him. And so I just, and she was like ready to tell him. She totally was, and I was just like, I just don't think that we should right now, because it's only going to make him upset, and we don't know we haven't seen anything, like we haven't like caught anything, so I told her no.
So I want to fast forward to the wedding. Is that how you all kind of knew something was maybe going on between your mom and Rusty?
Yes, for sure.
And then your mom invited him to your wedding.
Mm-hmm.
Was there a conversation about that with anyone?
So basically, I asked for guest lists from both of my parents, and they separately provided me guest lists. I saw that Rusty was on the guest list, and I called my brother and his wife at the time, Jenna, and I said, what should I do? He's on the guest list. She wants me to mail him an invitation, and if I press her on this, she will cancel my wedding. Like, she will cancel my wedding. It'll be over. Like, I felt like my hands were tied. Because that's how she was. They said, why don't you just send her guest list to Daddy, just so he can see it? And so that's what it did. I emailed it to him, and I think in the email I said, here's her guest list. I just wanted you to see who all she's inviting. And he never actually responded to my email.
Can I approach the witness, Your Honor? Okay. I'm going to show you states exhibit page 1 through 10. Defense already had those exhibits, but this time I'd like to move to Tender's states exhibits, page 1 through 10.
Right there, admitted.
Emily, I'm just going to walk through those with you on the screen, okay? The first few are, well, I guess these are pictures you provided the state from your wedding?
Yes.
Okay. This is a family photo.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that's your mom in the kind of silverish dress.
It's like a blush pink, but yeah.
It was a blush pink. And then who's this next to you?
That's my sister Amanda.
Okay, and Scott, and your dad,
Great.
Chris and Jenna?
Yes.
Okay. That's you and your dad. Okay, so what are we looking at? Who are we looking at here?
So obviously that's me, that's my husband Chris, and that's two of my husband's friends. Jason, I can't remember his name.
Sure.
And oh gosh, her name is blanking on me too. But they're Chris's, like colleagues of Chris's. So
And your husband's name is Chris too?
Yes.
Okay, so you're talking about your husband Chris.
My husband Chris. I'm sorry, my Chris.
No, that's okay. We
Sorry.
should have explained that to the jury. And you sent us this photo. Who is this back here in the background?
That's Rusty Barton.
Okay, and who's that right there?
That's my mom.
What year did you get married?
2016.
And this you and your husband dancing?
It is, yes.
And right here in the background, who are these two folks right here?
That's Rusty and my mother.
And some more pictures of you and Chris dancing. And is it the same, your mom and Rusty back here?
It is.
When you got these photos back, did you notice?
Oh, yes. I noticed that. Mm-hmm.
And is this the same, your mom and Rusty right here?
It is, yes.
And then I want to draw your attention to, well, who's this right here?
That is Chad, Bruce, and Ella, my niece Ella.
Okay. And this is you and Chris?
Mm-hmm,
Okay.
That's right.
And then over here, we have what looks like Mr. Barton.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
And do you know who this is in the black or the dark color dress? Maybe blue, I don't know.
Yes, that was, her name was Sherry. She was a friend of my mother's, also a neighbor.
And then is that your mom in between the two? You see her dress in between?
Yes, that's her.
Okay. And who are we looking at here?
So, starting from the left, that's Chad Bruce there.
Okay.
In the sunglasses, that's Rusty Barton. That's my bridesmaid, Natalie Keene. And then that's Sherry, my mom's friend and neighbor.
Okay. And then who do we have here?
It's my mom and Rusty.
And then who's that back there?
That's my dad.
Who are we looking at here?
So that's Rusty in the red tie there. My dad is to his left.
Right here?
And then, I don't know who that is. Right there, that lady.
Okay.
I don't know if that's Sherry or not.
And so those were photos that were taken at your wedding.
Yes.
After the wedding, did anyone discuss Mr. Barton's presence? I mean, amongst your family, were there conversations? What was the fallout?
Yeah, not with me. My siblings actually did a fabulous job not making me aware of the situation while it was going on during the reception. I, was talking to everyone in the room. So I honestly, during the reception, did not notice
You
that
weren't paying
much.
attention to that.
Yes. And so even like that after the wedding was over, I didn't think about it. I didn't think about it at all. Even like my mom came up with Sherry to bring something to me after we had left, and I went down to the lobby and met her and Sherry, and I didn't think anything of it then, but I think it was in the days after the wedding. It was, I think, my brother Chris that brought up the anger that everyone was feeling during the reception. There was a lot of my siblings staring down the situation. I know my sister told me that she was almost having to be held back. She was so angry at her behavior with Rusty on the dance floor. She almost wanted to, it was a reception, we were all drinking. But, she was, very angry, and Chad almost had to, hold her back. And there's just, they were telling me things, and I, would think back on the reception and, remember glimpses of interactions. I didn't know what was going on, but, I remember my sister, almost looking like she wanted to, do something, and, Chad kind of, calming her down. But, my brother did tell me that, later, I can't remember how long it was after the wedding, but we were, I think, all just at that point discussing it, can you believe that? Oh my gosh, that was so crazy. And then, my brother Chris was well, we had gone to eat before we left town, and Daddy said, that's the last time she's ever going to embarrass me like that again. I can only imagine how devastated he was by that.
I want to talk about the days leading up to the week of July 5th of 2018.
Okay.
And Emily, you and I have chatted before today, right?
That's
And
correct.
I've shown you some text messages in those conversations that we've had.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit Pane 11. You can go ahead and flip through that silently, please. And before we get to Pane 11, State's Exhibit. I know, I'm showing it. Thank you. And before we get to this exhibit, what did you have going on in 2017?
I had a baby.
What year, or I'm sorry, what month in 2017 was your baby born?
Olivia was born November 27th, 2017.
And did you have a baby shower in Tennessee?
I did.
Did your family come up?
They did.
Who all came up?
My parents, my mom and my dad, my brother Chris, his wife Jenna at the time, my brother Scott, my sister Amanda, I think Chad was with her, I think, and Martha Jane was there. I think that was it from my the family. But all the immediate family were there for sure.
after, what month was that?
I think it was October. Yeah, I think it was in October.
When was the next time you saw your family after your baby shower? Did you go up for Thanksgiving or Christmas, or down, I should say?
So I couldn't travel for Thanksgiving because I was pregnant, and technically was supposed to have had her by then, but she was a week late, so I was being induced like literally right after Thanksgiving, so I had to stay in town, so I did not go to Atlanta for Thanksgiving that year.
Did you go down for Christmas?
We did.
Who all was together for that Christmas?
So it was all of us, my parents, Chris, Jenna, Ella, Addison, Scott, Amanda, I believe Chad was there, and then myself, my husband, and Olivia.
So Olivia was less than a month old.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Yes. She's tiny.
When Olivia was born, did your mom come up and help ever?
She was there. She came when I was induced. She was there. So was my dad. So was Martha Jane. And my mother-in-law, Carla. She came up as well. And yeah, she ended up staying with us for a couple weeks to help with Olivia.
And that was in November, December? Between November?
Yeah, I would say, mostly in December because she was born on the 27th. So I think we stayed in the hospital for a couple days.
Did she come visit you in January of 2018?
I'm sure she did. Yeah. She did come to visit, yes.
And when she would visit, you were in what city in Tennessee?
We were at that time, we had moved to Thompson Station, Tennessee, which is just, it's like in between Spring Hill and Franklin.
And state moves to tender, which I already have it up. State's Exhibit Pane 11.
Okay. Good.
Emily, if you could look at this screen, this is a text conversation between you and your mom from January 20th, 2018.
Yeah.
It appears you're telling her to look for some food on a menu. And you are in blue, or it says from Emily to Melody, and then Melody is in green. It appears you guys are getting ready to order some food.
Yes.
Okay, and is that place where y'all are ordering from in Tennessee or Georgia?
Yeah, it's in Franklin, Tennessee.
So your mom was coming up to stay with you on January 20th?
She came up. I don't know if there was a specific reason, honestly, but she came up and she said, "Why don't you and Chris go get something to eat, and I'll stay here with Olivia." And thought that was great, so we took her up on that offer.
Okay. And so then this is you checking in on Olivia right here?
Yes.
Okay, and that's about 8:00 p.m. And then Olivia's laying here talking. She's very talkative today. And then you let her know when you're about to leave the restaurant. Is that you and Chris?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next thread, it looks like there's a little bit of a break. So this is the next day on the 21st. You say, "Did you make it there?" Was your mom going somewhere that day?
She left. Yeah, she left. I mean, if I'm asking her that, I was making sure she made it safely wherever she was going.
Do you remember where she was going?
I don't necessarily exactly, but a lot of the time she would go to Tullahoma. She would go to Florence sometimes. She would have no other place to go in Tennessee other than Tullahoma, to be honest with you.
Okay. And so she's confirming she made it there about 2:00 p.m. You send her a photo, what looks like a photo of a TV show. She says you have to record it for her. And then she states she's on the way back at 8 p.m. So she was gone from what looks like about 2 p.m. Did you make it there? So she may have left a little bit before that. Till 8 p.m. she started coming home. Is that your understanding of that? Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, that makes it me think that she was probably in Tullahoma because of that time range. Especially leaving at 2-ish, she would normally would not go to like Florence to see her mom, like she would have left really early in the morning to do that just because of the nursing home hours and things like that. So that makes me think that maybe it was Tullahoma that she went to.
Would you go with her to see her mom sometimes?
Yes, not all the time, but like we went and brought Olivia. Yeah, we brought Olivia. I think it was the Mother's Day after Olivia was born. We drove down. She and I and Olivia drove down to Florence to see my grandmother.
So it would have been May.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then she tells you that she's getting off 8:40, which is at your exit or highway or something?
Yes.
Okay. And that's 10:10 p.m. You let her know. We'll open the garage. Olivia's asleep. Okay. So the next thread is from June 25th, 2018. You say, I think we're going to come this weekend. What were you coming here for?
It was for my dad's. We were coming to celebrate my dad's birthday, and I think Father's Day was also wrapped up in there. But it was to celebrate my dad's birthday.
Okay. And it says right there, we can have a cookout for Daddy's birthday with everyone. Was that the plan, to have a cookout?
It was, yeah.
Okay. And she says, you're welcome to stay. She meant to send that to Amanda, that you were coming down with Olivia.
Yep.
And then you let her know you might have to get a jumper for the house for Olivia. Now, Olivia would have been about 8 months? Just under 8 months?
About 7 months. Yeah, so
Okay.
7, 8 months. Sorry, I had to think about that
So-
for a second.
You let her know that it'd be helpful to have that for Olivia. Okay, so then you mentioned kind of your timeline, trying to leave the office by 2, stop for dinner in Chattanooga. That was sort of the plan to come down for
Yes.
for your dad's birthday?
Yes.
And that was June 26th, 2018?
Yes.
And she confirms, and that she confirms they bought the jumper.
She did. She bought a jumper for her.
And she's excited to see her granddaughter. Gets her diapers. And then she got wash and lotion for Olivia, wipes, food, cereal. You chat about what kind of cereal Olivia's been eating. And then you guys chat about the plan for Saturday.
Yep.
And that Scott is going to smoke meat. And then it looked like, well, tell a jury about this text.
Yeah. So my brother Chris and I thought it would be kind of fun to host, if you will, at my parents' house, the cookout. Like my brother Chris was going to smoke the meat and I was going to make the sides. And I told my mom that we would really like to be able to do that for the family. And after I told her that, I found out that Scott was going to be smoking the meat. She had gone out and bought Scott a brand new smoker to smoke the meat, and I did reach out to her about that because I was like, why is Scott smoking the meat? I thought Chris was going to smoke the meat. So that was what that text message was about.
Okay. And then she lets you know apparently Chris has to work. Him and Scott were talking. And then that's where you kind of let her know you were a little frustrated about that.
Yeah, I was kind of being passive aggressive with her, being like that's kind of rude of Scott to just make that decision. I knew she was behind it, but I was just saying like, that's not very nice of Scott to do that when he knew that Chris was going to do it.
Oh, so that's where you say it's not very nice of Scott to have done that. And she kind of, have you met both your brothers?
Yeah,
She lets you know Chris didn't seem upset, asks what time you're leaving, and you were driving through Murfreesboro. And that was the 29th.
Yes.
And Olivia was asleep. And then you let her know you forgot the infant bathtub. She says, don't worry about it. We can grab one. And then you update her when you're in Chattanooga.
Mm-hmm.
All right. She tells you to be safe. Do we need anything? We're on the way back to the house. And then Melody says, going to get ice. And then this must be, okay, so then you arrive at some point, I guess, did you arrive on the 29th or 30th?
I'd have to look at a calendar. We left on a Sunday, so I believe we got there on a Friday.
You left Georgia.
We
on
left
a
Georgia
Sunday.
to go back
Okay.
to Tennessee on a Sunday. Sorry.
No, that's
and we
okay.
drove down to
Like,
Atlanta
took
on
you
a
week.
Friday.
Okay, gotcha. So then on the 30th at 2 p.m., did you run out?
Yeah, I mean, Chris and I, we left. We went to go to do something with Olivia, and we always just checked in with her.
Your
to
husband,
make-
Chris.
Yes, my husband, Chris, sorry. We would always just check in with her before driving out to the house just to make sure she didn't need anything from the store or anything.
Okay. And then she's asking if y'all had breakfast. You said we ate breakfast, and she mentioned she had chicken salad ready in case y'all were hungry, and you stopped at Kroger. Okay, I'm getting to the bottom here.
Just a lot of back and forth.
And then you're on your way back home, it looks like, on the 1st. So that would have been Sunday. And then she's checking in on Olivia. And then you get, okay, so at Gary's birthday / Father's Day, was there a conversation about a beach condo, Chris going to the beach with your dad, or anything like that you were privy to?
I mean, I knew that they were going to the beach. They had invited me to go, but I did not have the time off from work, so I wasn't going to go. But yes, I was aware that they were going to go to the beach.
Okay. And so you left on the 1st, and on the 2nd, looks like your mom texts you about that beach. A beach trip. Can you read that, please?
Just giving you a heads up about things. Chris continues to charge his cable, phone, and airline tickets to Gary's checking account. Charged their honeymoon and their beach trip year you got married to us as well. Now another beach trip. After I told him no, and why. After I told him no and why. He never paid back Jenna's ring that was financed by us. I have had it. I'm taking measures to stop this insanity.
So you received that on July 2nd, so that would be the Monday before your dad's remains were discovered?
Yes.
When you received this message, what were you thinking?
I thought it was intense, to be honest with you, but I thought it was intense. I don't even know if I responded to her, honestly. I know I sent it to my brother Chris, just to kind of give him a heads up of how angry she was.
I want to chat about generally the finances in your family and your father, his knowledge and control of that. What was your perspective, or what did you know about your father's oversight of the family's finances? Did he have a routine? Would he chat with everybody about what they were spending?
I just know. I mean, he was such a he always had his habits. So growing up, it was Sundays. He would go down to the computer and he would check the bank account. And usually it's Sunday's the day that you don't upset him because he's about to get upset about the checking account. I mean, if ever there was any arguing between my parents, it was usually with how much money my mom had spent that week during just shopping and stuff. I don't know if he continued to do that after we had all essentially moved out. But he looked at it. I wouldn't say he would do it every day. He's a very busy guy, but he looked at it on a weekly basis.
I want to talk about your house in Tennessee that you and your husband purchased. Tell the jury a little bit about that and how your dad had to get involved.
Sure. So we bought that house in 2016. So anyway, my husband and I, we were getting married. We decided that we were ready to buy a house. So we started looking at a house, and we found one in Thompson Station, Tennessee. And we were going to purchase it. All was good until we got to the underwriting portion of the mortgage application, and we discovered that my husband was not going to be able to be on the mortgage because he had a previous judgment against him that would keep him from being eligible. So I pretty much went into panic mode. As a first-time home buyer, I was like, oh my gosh, like we've already invested all this money. We have not only done the down payment, but we've upgraded and things in the house. It was a new build. So we had put a lot of money into it, and so I was very nervous about losing it. My husband reached out to me, and he was very upset that he wasn't going to be able to be on the mortgage, and I was like, let me just reach out to my dad. He will help us. And so I did. I reached out to my dad, and I said, this is a situation, like, is there any way that you're willing to be a co-signer? Because my husband and I both worked full time. He had the higher salary of the two of us, so myself alone on the mortgage would not have been enough. So I did reach out to my dad for help, and he said, I know what it's like starting out, and yes, I will absolutely help you. So I'll be honest with you, we did try to keep it kind of a secret from my mom, just because we knew she would be upset about it. But then in the state of Tennessee, whenever you go to purchase a house and you're married, your spouse has to give you permission to do that. So we had to tell her. She was very angry that he was helping me. Very angry. But basically, she said the only reason that she would agree to it or allow him to do it is if she were put on the deed to my house.
Okay. What does that mean for those of us that
She
don't
would have
really know the
ownership.
process?
She would have ownership of my house. And that was upsetting. But I was in a really bad situation, and I knew I really had no other option. And I was like, it's okay. That's what I told my husband. I was like, it's okay. We'll do this right now, and we will refinance once, like we'll let a year go by. We'll let this, judgment fall off, or like settle on your record. We will refinance, and we'll get it under our name, and it'll be fine. But it made me very uncomfortable to have her. My dad was a very reasonable person. He's very logical. So like, I knew he would never give me a hard time. I knew she would give me a hard time. And that made me really uncomfortable. Basically, her reasoning was, if anything ever happens to him, I want to be able to essentially have some sort of like access, control to it. So that's what she said is her reasoning. And she had made some comments like about him unexpectedly passing away. So she had like brought things up like that before. So anyway, again, just to do it, just so we could get the house, I said, that's fine. So it was me, and then it was my parents together, like on the deed. So we closed, and we moved in.
Did your dad give you money for the down payment?
No.
Did he ever pay your mortgage?
No. He actually, in fact, told me before he did it, he said, Emily, if anything happens and you guys can't make the mortgage payment, I cannot make your mortgage payment. And I said, I understand.
Did you expect him to?
No, absolutely not.
You mentioned that your mom would make some comments about what if your dad unexpectedly died. What kind of context was that in?
It was more like there was, my dad was having these like medical health issues where he would feel, they would call them spells, but he would like feel like he needed to lie down, like he didn't feel well. So those were starting to happen more often. And I remember I came to Atlanta from Nashville to go visit my parents one weekend. I think I was by myself that weekend. It was before Olivia was born. And my mom and I had run out to like go to a local nursery, and we had come back, and we were in the car, and she said, like my dad's health came up. She brought it up, and she said, I'm not on any of the bank accounts. And I said, oh yeah. And she said, well, like what will happen if he like passes away unexpectedly? And I was like, what do you mean? She's like, well, he's having all these like spells where he's needing to lay down and all this stuff. I was like, Mama, I just think he's depressed. Like, I just think like, that was the time where it was like their relationship was really bad. And I was like, I just think he's depressed. And when you're in that kind of state, you just need to go lay down. And I was like, but, you know, I did what every child would say to their parent, like, Mama, if that were to ever happen, it would be fine. Everything would be fine. Don't worry. She did bring up something about him having her removed as his beneficiary on her 401k. And I work in HR, so I'm kind of familiar with that. And I just said, I don't think that he can remove you as his beneficiary unless you got a divorce. And she said that he made her sign a piece of paper removing her from the beneficiary. And at the time, I didn't know that much about it, but I was like, if you're legally married, I'm pretty sure your spouse has to be your beneficiary in your 401k. So I just kind of put her at ease in that moment. Like, no, everything will be fine. Like, we'll make sure everything's taken care of. Like, don't worry. If anything like that were to happen, you know, it'll be fine.
Okay. I want to jump forward again, kind of to where we were the day of this text message, the 2nd. Where were you that week, geographically, physically?
I was in Tennessee.
Did you have to work that week?
I did, yeah.
And was your husband also in town with you that week?
Yeah, we were both working. Mm-hmm.
So on Monday, July 2nd, did you work?
Yes.
Okay. And what about Tuesday, July 3rd?
Still working. Yes.
What about the 4th?
We had the 4th off for the holiday.
What did you do?
We went to lunch. My husband Chris, and Olivia, we went out to lunch that day.
How do you remember that you went out to lunch that day?
I just think that after all of this, there was just like sticking points in my memory. But we went to Scout's Pub over in West Haven. My husband is in the restaurant industry, and he was the like the director of operations for A. Marshall Family Foods, and like they own Puckett's. Anyway, Scouts is one of their newer restaurants, so part of his job was to go eat at the restaurants pretty frequently just to make sure everything was operating smoothly. So every time we had an opportunity, we would try to go to one of their restaurants to eat. So we did. We went to Scouts that day. I do remember, again, vividly, just because of the situation, I did take a picture of Olivia at the restaurant, and I sent it to kind of the family group email. I would try to do that quite often just because we were in Tennessee and they were all in Georgia. I would send pictures of Olivia almost daily to them.
And that was on the 4th?
Yes.
Did your dad ever respond to that photo?
You know, he didn't, and that was odd for him.
Would he typically respond?
He would, yes, definitely.
To his photo of his adorable granddaughter?
Yes.
So that was on the 4th, and then what did you do after lunch?
You know, I think we probably ran a couple errands, but, you know, Olivia was little, so she was on a sleep schedule. So, you know, we would have gone home for her to take a nap, and we would have stayed home the rest of the day. We were home at that night for sure.
Your life was dependent on naps at that time?
Pretty much. She dictated everything.
I think this would be a good time for a mid-morning break.
All right, take a mid-morning recess. We'll try to keep it at 10 minutes.
3364J6. All right, would you please bring in Ms. Simon?
Jurors entering.
Jurors entering.
All right, thank you. As you come to your seats, please feel free to have a seat. And let the record reflect that all the jurors have been seated. We'll now move into the preliminary instructions. Before I do that, there was a juror who didn't make it out for the first swearing, and I just wanted to ask you the question that I've asked everyone else. Have you done any research? Have you talked to anyone about the case? Have you watched any news media? Okay, so you've been able to follow the court's instructions to not discuss this case with anyone, nor do research. All right, thank you very much. All right, and your number? 7. Okay, and that is juror number 7. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, moving on, I'm going to get back to the pens and notepads that you have for your use during the trial. You may make notes, but you're not required to do so. If you decide to take notes, please remember that note-taking should not divert you from paying full attention to the evidence and to evaluating witness credibility. Your observations of the witness during their testimony can be vital to your determination to the believability of their testimony. The notes that you take are for your use. Concludes my preliminary instructions. So at this time, I will turn first to the state. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense is ready to proceed.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
We'll begin now with opening statements.
Thank you. This is Quentin Simon. At about a year and a half old, a little bit over that, 20 months. Like all children, he was blameless, he was innocent, and he was beautiful. And like all children, he was totally defenseless, totally and completely dependent on the adults in his life to take care of him and to look out for his safety. And the evidence in this case will show that the defendant violated that trust, that most basic, sacred trust of a parent, in the most horrible way. In the middle of the night, she killed him, her own son, got in her car with his body, drove to a dumpster, and threw him away like a piece of trash. She would go home, go to sleep like everything was normal, and wake up the next morning and report it to the police as an abduction. I woke up, my front door was open, and my child is missing. Now the story started to fall apart pretty quickly because of good, solid police work. But she would go on to tell a series of evolving lies over several weeks, only moving from one lie to the next as the police picked apart the first lie and presented her with the evidence that made the first lie untenable. So now it's time to move on to lie number 2, and 3, and 4. And as they're doing this with her, they're also searching for his body, which they ultimately discovered about 6 weeks after his disappearance in a local landfill, in pieces, unfortunately. And as a result of all of that police work and investigative efforts, which I think you'll be quite proud of when you hear about them in detail, the defendant is charged with his murder. So that's sort of the 50,000-foot view, the bluff, the bottom line up front for the military folks here. A little more detail on what happened, what the evidence will show. The 2 days that we're primarily concerned with here are October 4th and 5th of 2022, specifically the night of October 4th, moving into the morning of October 5th. Now, at that time, and I'll try to go slow for those of you who are taking notes. At that time, the defendant is living here on the west side of Savannah, jurisdiction of the Chatham County Police Department, in this house that's roughly in the center, with an in-ground swimming pool in the back. It's on Buckhalter Road, 535 Buckhalter Road. She had most recently lived in North Carolina, where she had met and lived with her most recent boyfriend, Daniel Youngkin, who you'll hear about. And some months before October of 2022, they had moved down and were living in this house at 535 Buckhalter. Now the house belonged to the defendant's mother, Billy Jo Howell, who you see here, and her husband, Thomas Howell, who is not the defendant's father, but is her stepfather. Also living in the house at that time is the defendant's brother, Paul Simon. They have the same mother and the same father. And Daniel Youngkin, her boyfriend from North Carolina, and the defendant's 3 children. October of 2022, she has 3 children by 3 different men. The oldest is Zane Wharton. I think you'll hear was roughly about 3 years old at the time. Zane has been through a lot with her. He's her firstborn son, and I expect you'll hear testimony that she considered him her ride or die. That's her guy. Sky Youngkin is an infant on the far right there. That is her youngest child by Daniel Youngkin. And in the middle was Quentin. Quentin was her child by a man named Henry Bubba Moss Jr. You'll hear that she'd had kind of a tumultuous relationship with Mr. Moss, that they had split before she even knew she was pregnant with Quentin, and that he initially didn't even believe that she was pregnant when she told him, and that he was never a part of Quentin's life at all. And I expect you'll hear some testimony about the way that background influenced the way that she treated Quentin. But you're supposed to love all your kids equally. You're supposed to treat them all the same. I expect you'll hear some testimony that didn't happen. That she treated Quentin differently, and not in a good way. Here's the house from the street. The master bedroom where defendant's mother, Billy Joe Howell, and her stepfather, Thomas Howell, lived is over here in the two-story portion of the house, but on the first floor. Brother Paul Simon's bedroom is upstairs, and you'll hear in one of the defendant's interviews, she'll say, when you're up in that room, you can't really hear anything that's going on downstairs. It's kind of its own layer up there. Now, the defendant, Daniel, and the 3 children lived in a bedroom right through this front door. I think there was some sort of addition or something on the house at one point. This bedroom that they live in appears to be like a converted one-time living room or something like that. If you step through that front door, this is what you see. You see a couch in the foreground. You see a desk behind that. And then on the far wall there, you see a bed. That's the defendant and Daniel Youngkin's bed. If you pan to the right, you'll see a closet door here. And then it's hard to make out in this picture, but beyond this closet door is a door into a bathroom that then feeds into the dining room. And that is the only way to get from this room to the main body of the house. You see a race car bed there. That's where Zane slept. We further pan to the right. You can see that race car bed completely, and you see a projector on the wall, evidently for supposed for watching movies or something while you're sitting on the couch. And then if you pan into that right-hand corner, you see this pack and play. That's immediately to the right as you go in that front door. And that's where Quentin slept. That was Quentin's bed. Now, that sort of sets the scene as to who's living in this house and where they're sleeping. Before we come back to the morning of October 4th, I want to talk to you about what the evidence is going to show as far as what's the biggest thing going on in the defendant's life. And the biggest thing going on in her life in the months, days leading up to October 4th is the status of her relationship with Daniel Youngkin. Things are not good. She is feeling unloved, undesired, ignored. And I'll show you a couple of text messages taken from her phone by the investigators that show this. Now, this is kind of small on here, and it's kind of bright, so I'll read it for you for those of you who can't see. Some of you may be able to read it, perhaps not all of you can. This is July
Go ahead and bring them out. Just a little bit, you trail off as you finish your sentences, and so anyway, just speak clearly. All right, go ahead.
All right, Emily, we were just kind of talking about the week of July 1st. So you had testified that you sent a photo of your daughter on the 4th,
Yes,
and you did not hear back from your dad.
I did not.
Did you hear back from your mom?
I think my sister was the first one to respond, and then my mom didn't respond until around 8 o'clock at night
On the 4th.
on the 4th.
So other than that, nothing unusual on the 4th was happening? You're
Not to my
unaware of
knowledge,
any
everything
issues?
was normal.
I do actually want to back up a little bit before we get into the 5th. For April of that year, did you know that your dad had been in the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get the chance to visit him while he was in the hospital?
No, so I found out that he was in the hospital and I wanted to come, and he was actually the one that said, no, don't come here, it's fine. But yes, I knew he was in the hospital.
Okay. But was that the only conversation that you guys ever really had about it?
No, I mean, I mostly spoke with my mom, and I also spoke with my brother Chris. I didn't talk to my dad again or like on the phone until I think the day he was leaving. But I mean, I think the reason why I was so upset was because when I would talk to my mom, she made it sound like it was really, really bad. Like he was in really bad shape. I was expecting in my mind, I was thinking like it was really bad. Like he was going to the hospital. And it wasn't until I heard from my brother Chris that he's like, no, Daddy said, don't worry about coming up here. Please don't worry about him. And he's like just sitting up in the bed and talking and watching TV. Like it's not as bad. That put me at ease, kind of hearing his version of the situation.
Okay.
Yep.
So you didn't end up visiting him?
No.
Because you learned it really wasn't that bad.
Right. And then I did ultimately talk to my dad, and he sounded normal. He sounded like himself, and he said, I'm going home. Like, no reason to worry. Like, my dad was always very much so, to put us at ease. Like, everything is fine. Please do not worry. I'm going home. Everything's good.
Now I want to talk about the morning of July 5th. What did you and your family do that morning?
So I worked on July the 5th. The office was open, so I was driving. I drove into work that morning. I dropped Olivia off at daycare, and I went into work that day, as did my husband.
And eventually, did you get a call from any of your family members looking for your dad?
Yes.
Who called first?
So my brother Chris called me first when he was driving up there, and he said, so I just talked to Amanda, and apparently they can't find Daddy anywhere. And I think I said, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean they can't find him? He's like, they're apparently looking everywhere and they cannot find him. He said, I'm on my way up there right now to see what's going on.
Okay. And at that point, what was going on in your head?
Well, honestly, that morning driving in, I thought about that text message that I sent with Olivia's picture, and I thought back to that moment. Like, literally in the car on my drive in, I was like, that's weird. He didn't respond to that message. He always responds to pictures of Olivia, and he never responded. I said, that's really weird. And so, like, that made me pause, but then after Chris called me, like, it just made me think about, like, it made me worry even more when he called and said that, because of the fact that my dad hadn't, like, I had realized that morning that he hadn't responded to my text message, and that really made me worry.
Who was the next person you heard from?
I did talk to Chris like a few times, like he would kind of keep me up to date. The other person I spoke to was my mom. She called me.
Around what time was this? Do you remember?
It was before lunchtime. Tennessee's Central, so we're an hour behind. It was maybe like 10 or 11-ish.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 11, 12 here, our time.
Yes.
And what did your mom say to you when she called?
She said, well, your daddy's missing. And I said, what do you mean he's missing? And she said, well, we're out here looking for him and we can't find him anywhere. And I said, well, go look. Are his clothes still there? Is his CPAP machine still there? Like, did he leave? And like, did he just leave? Like, you know, and I said, go look for that stuff. Look for his keys. Look for his phone. Look for his wallet. Like, go look for that stuff. And she just kind of was like, okay, and got off the phone with me.
Okay.
She did call me back, however, and she asked me if I was on any of his bank accounts. And I said, no, why would I be on any of his bank accounts? She's like, well, I just thought that maybe you could log into the accounts and see if there's been any activity. I said, no, I don't have access to that. And we hung up the phone.
Okay. Was that shortly after the first phone call that you had with her?
Yeah, I mean, she called me, like literally called me right back and asked me that question.
And then who did you hear from next?
I think it was Chris. I mean, he would keep calling just to like let me know. And I think I even said to him, like, call local hospitals, maybe like he went to the ER or something. But I know that when I like first got word that he was missing, I called my dad and it went to voicemail. And I don't know if I texted him, but I did send him an email to his personal email and his work email saying, like, we're trying to find you. Where are you? Please call me back. Like, just, it was very brief, something to just be like, hey, if you get this, call me. Mm-hmm. And then the next call I got was from Chris. And he said he's gone. I said, what do you mean he's gone? What are you talking about? And he said, Emily, he's gone. And I was like, where did he go? He said, no, he's gone. He is gone. He's like, what do you think? He's in the burn pile. And that's just kind of when it went, I just lost it. You know, I just said, I'm coming. I'm on my way. And then I think I talked to my sister Amanda, and she was very upset. And I just said, I'm on my way. I'll be there as soon as I can. And so I left the office. I called my boss immediately, and I packed up. I left. I went and got Olivia, and I called my husband, and he met me at home. And we packed up as quickly as we could, and we drove to Atlanta.
I want to talk about those phone calls briefly. How did Chris sound on the phone with you?
Frantic. Like it first started like what is going on? Like, you know, when he said, I'm gonna go up here and see what's going on. Like it was almost like, I need to figure out what's going on. But like when he got there and started looking around and like, they couldn't find him, like he was frantic. And when he called me about them after they had found him, essentially, it was just devastation in his voice.
And what about your sister Amanda? How did she sound?
She was crying. She was crying. I mean, we were all extremely devastated. My mom called me when we were driving to Atlanta, and we just cried. We cried. I think the only words that I got out was, I'm on my way. And she just said, okay.
And so when you arrived to the house, do you remember what time it was, to the farm, I should say?
Yeah, it was early evening. The sun was setting, but it was early evening when we finally got there.
When you arrived, what was the feeling, the vibe of the scene when you got there?
It was very quiet. It was very, like, eerily quiet. Everyone was just standing around. No one was talking. And I was, when I got out of the car, I got Olivia out and I just immediately handed her, I think it was to Amanda or my mom. And we were all crying. Just tears.
Was law enforcement on scene at that point?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you remember speaking with any law enforcement on scene?
I did eventually speak with Detective Hayes, yes.
How long was that conversation?
I mean, it was a pretty good amount of time, maybe 30 minutes or so. I can't really remember exactly how long it was. It was a good length.
And while you were on scene, did you hear Scott mention anything about a gun?
No, he was just like, he's like, there's something going on here. Like he was like his senses were up. Like he's like, there's something going on. Like this isn't normal. I definitely, like driving down, in my mind was thinking that some terrible accident had happened. Like he had caught on fire, you know, doing something with the burn pile, and he had caught himself. Like I thought he had like had a terrible accident. And then by the time I got there, it just quickly started to sink in the seriousness of what happened, and like just reading the room essentially. I think a lot of people, their suspicion of what actually happened was starting to grow.
Did Scott mention anything about blood to you?
No.
When did you find out that your father had been shot?
Well, it wasn't like confirmation, but the first time I ever heard of him possibly being shot was Friday, so I guess that was the 6th. My brother Chris called me very, very early in the morning and said, Detective Hayes called him and said that they had found a bullet in my dad's rib. And I said, like, what? Like, what? Like, it was surprising to hear that. And they were like, yeah. And, you know, he's asking, you know, me about it. He's asking where I was. And that's also the time he filled me in. Like, I didn't know that my mom and Scott were being questioned at the precinct. Like, I had no idea that was happening. And, like, Chris told me, yeah, like, they're apparently still there. And honestly, my first reaction when I found out that my mom was still being questioned, I said, do we need to get her a lawyer? That was my first reaction. I said, I don't know what's going on and I don't know what happened to him, but I don't want her to get in trouble for something she didn't do, so maybe we should get her an attorney. Okay. That's kind of what we discussed at that point.
Okay. So did that happen? What did you guys do next?
We did. I think Amanda called maybe somebody at my dad's law firm with like recommendations on what to do, and she got a name and she called, and we did later that day end up going to an attorney's office. Yes.
On the 6th.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did the whole family meet with the attorneys?
Yes, it was me and my husband and Olivia were the first to get to the office, and then Chris and Scott followed, and then Amanda, we were able to get her out of the room with questioning, and Amanda brought her down to the office.
Brought who?
My mom, sorry, down to the office.
Were your brothers there as well?
They were, yes. And Chad Bruce was there too.
Chad Bruce.
Chad Bruce.
And who's Chad Bruce?
Amanda's now husband, then boyfriend.
After meeting with the attorneys, did things change among the 5 of you, your siblings and your mom?
I mean, yeah, I guess so. I think something was brewing, I should say. That experience over that weekend, I know for me personally, definitely had me starting to lean towards somebody did this to him. And it was not, I mean, I think we all had our own perceptions of what happened, and we were taking it all in differently. But I know for me, I was kind of naive in the moment. But just the interactions over the weekend, how people were talking to each other. Like by the end of the weekend on my way home, I mean, I told my husband what I thought actually had happened. So,
you mentioned that you started realizing that someone did this to your father, but you had heard about a bullet.
Mm-hmm.
So were people not sure that
yeah,
had happened?
We basically had the attorney saying they could just be lying to you. It's not like they're not.
It's not the truth of the matter asserted, Judge. It just goes to the feelings of the parties.
Repeat the question.
My question?
Yeah.
What made her essentially say, we thought this could possibly somebody did this to him? Why was there hesitation when there was a bullet found in his body? It's to explain why they thought the way they did. Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Repeat your question.
Sure. When law enforcement informed Chris that there was a bullet in his body, and you had mentioned that you were coming to the realization that someone may have done this to your dad, but knowing that there was a bullet in him, why did people still think that? Why did you think that maybe it was not a bullet?
Well, the attorney, I heard the attorney say, like, they could just, I mean.
Don't go into what the attorney told you, just what your response was.
Well, Judge, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted. It's to explain why she thought that maybe he wasn't shot.
I don't know that she needs to explain why she thought maybe he wasn't shot. She can just say that she wasn't sure because she didn't know.
But I'm trying to get out why she didn't know. Not the truth of the matter asserted,
She
Judge.
didn't know because she hadn't looked in the.
It just goes to the feelings of all the parties afterwards.
You can talk about that. So you can go into all that without going to what the lawyer specifically said to her.
Okay. So, At any point, did you actually realize, and was it confirmed, that your father had been shot?
Yes,
Okay.
I did receive confirmation later that my dad had been shot, and that was pretty much the sticking point for me.
Okay, so prior to that, it was still essentially up in the air with the family that
Right.
that was confirmed.
Like this possibly could have happened.
Okay. You mentioned that was a sticking point for you. What does that mean?
I guess I just needed to hear that that's actually what happened. Like I just needed to hear that from like a professional, so a trusting source, that's what had happened. And when I heard that, I thought, I mean, it just confirmed my beliefs.
What was the relationship like between you and your mom after this? Before you found out about the confirmation of the bullet?
I mean, it was normal. I mean, I was still talking to her. I mean, it kind of blurs together, but I mean, I know that there was a lot of her. I mean, we were all like just trying, like all hands on deck, just to help with getting information. Like we had no idea if my dad had a will. We didn't know really anything. We were completely hit. We were hit by this out of the blue. So we were really just trying to figure out what to do, just to kind of take care of things and get access to things. And I mean, I was talking to her during that time. I mean, she's still my mom. So I mean, like I didn't like act any differently with her.
Okay. And at some point, did that change?
Yeah, I mean, she became more hostile. She was more aggressive with us. She was demanding money. Like she would like bring up instances where my dad had lent us money or something, and she would be like, "It's time to pay me back. Like I need you to pay me back now." And I'm just like, well, you know, I had a payment plan with him. Like I wasn't just going to give him like a lump sum. And you know, she was getting pretty aggressive with that. Yeah, I guess that's kind of the best way to describe her behavior.
At any point, did she show up in Tennessee to your house?
She did.
What was that about?
Well, she did, I guess you can call it showed up. She did it twice. There was once where she kind of did a drive-by at my house. She circled my house a couple times with Martha Jane. There was another time where she showed up at like 9 o'clock at night out of the blue. I had no idea she was coming, and she showed up at my front door, and she came in. At the time, I had received a letter from Sally Sims. She's the coroner, I think. She had, you know, we were again trying to get access to money so, you know, we could take care of things. We were talking about, you know, getting a funeral together. What we learned from the funeral home is if there is a life insurance policy and someone's the beneficiary, like you could basically use that to help pay for the services. So we were trying to kind of get things together. And so because we didn't have the death certificate, that made it really difficult to do anything. So Sally was so graciously, or Miss Sims was so graciously offered me a letter basically saying like, you know, my dad's birth date and, you know, expected death date, but it was not a death certificate. It was just like on a letterhead.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that? To see if you could start paying down bills and stuff?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes. It was simply business related, just trying to like take care of things. Yeah.
And so your mom showed up at your house?
She did. She showed up demanding that letter, and I didn't want to give it to her. I didn't want to give it to her at that time. Again, I had suspicions, and I just didn't want to give it to her.
Did you ask her questions during that confrontation?
Yes.
And what did you ask her?
I can remember, you know, she was getting angry that I wasn't giving her the letter, and I was saying, like, it's not a death certificate. You can't do anything with the letter. But I don't want you to have it. If you want it, you can call up to the coroner's office and you can get your own copy. But we did go into, I was like, you know, Mama, like, things aren't lining up. Your story, because, like, she would start going into, like, well, when Scott reached down and picked up your daddy's skull, and I was just like, that's the thing, is, like, things aren't lining up. Like, your story's different than their story. And I was like, it just doesn't make sense to me. And the conversation did not end well. She ended up storming out.
What was her response to you confronting her?
She was calm. She didn't.
Did she answer your questions?
I mean, not really. I think I was a little erratic at the time. But I don't really remember her saying anything like there was nothing that would, like, stood out to me that she said in the moment. You know, ultimately she turned around and walked out.
When was the last time you spoke to your mom?
So it was probably so my husband and I decided that with everything that was going on, it was best to try to do something with the house, because one, we were worried of the result of all this investigation was going to be, and also, like, we knew that we were going to want to move into a bigger home for our family's future. So we just said, let's just kind of kill two birds with one stone. Let's get this out from under your dad's name or your parents' name, and let's find a bigger house. So I did reach out to my mom just to see if we could have, like, a cordial interaction to get the house sold. I told her, I said, my intention is to do what I said I would always do and get this house out from under Daddy's name. That's what I would like to do, and we're going to start that process. And she was not easy to work with. It was really bad. She just, you know, I don't know if she wasn't understanding me. I was basically trying to get power of attorney for her in the matter of selling the house, so she didn't have to, like, come up to Nashville to, like, sign stuff. Like, I could basically sign for her, but she did not have trust in me to do that. And so she asked me, like, she would ask me to send her all the paperwork, and I would, and then she just would ghost me. Like, she would just go quiet, and she wouldn't. I even offered to give her money. I was like, hey, I'll give you $3,000 if you'll just do this for me. Like, I'll give you some money. And even then she said no. And so ultimately, we talked to our close friends there in Franklin, and they recommended an attorney to help us. We ended up going to court about it, and ultimately, it was decided in my favor, and the house was transferred into my name.
That was the last time that was the last thing you talked to your mom about.
Well, she was. I think the court date was actually, like, the day after she had gotten arrested. But when we decided that we were going to hire an attorney, I think that's when we decided. That's when communication stopped.
Did you communicate with Amanda during this time, prior to your mom's arrest?
Communication started to slow down with Amanda. Amanda was very supportive of our mom, and she did not agree with the fact that we weren't going to be very supportive, me and my brothers, and she was very angry that we weren't being supportive. And, you know, we were very honest with Amanda, like, you know, if you want to support her, that's your decision, but, like, we're not going to, like, be angry at you for doing that. But she seemed to be so angry at us for not supporting her that, I mean, she would send explicit text messages to us. She was very verbally aggressive. So the communication started to slow down quite a bit with Amanda, just because every time we would talk to her, it got pretty contentious.
I want to talk about your dad a little bit. Was he ever suicidal?
No, not to my knowledge, no.
Did Melody ever seem concerned with finding out who did this in front of you?
No.
That's all I have for you, Emily. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Sure.
Good morning, Ms. Payne. My name is Michael Ray. I represent your mother. First off, you were interviewed by Detective Hayes on July the 5th, 2018, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
So that would have been the day you came down from Tennessee. Where was that interview at? Was it at the Free Home Precinct or was it at the house?
It was actually at the barn on the property. So it was on the property, but it was at the barn.
Okay. So it's still on the property?
Yes.
Was everybody else still on the property?
Yeah, everyone
That
was
being,
there.
you know,
Yeah.
Scott, Chris, Melody. Okay.
Yes.
Amanda, Chad.
I don't know if Chad was there at the time, but Amanda was there.
Okay. And I'll go ahead and tell you, because your interview, your direct, the order of it, I'm going to have to kind of jump around, okay? So if I confuse you, just let me know. You recall in that interview to tell Detective Hayes that you knew perfectly well that your parents lived in separate rooms, correct? Slept in separate rooms?
I knew that they slept in separate rooms, yes.
In fact, you actually told Detective Hayes that you found your parents' relationship odd.
I did.
You also, he had talked to you about any history of violence between your parents, and you recall telling him that you never even really saw them argue anymore, correct?
I don't know if I said that. I've never seen any physical act of violence between my parents.
Do you recall telling him that when they get upset with each other, they just don't speak to each other?
Yes, I would believe that I would say that, yes.
And also, in fact, that you said that essentially for the past, at this point, at least the past decade, they essentially lived as roommates.
I don't know if I would call it roommates. I think that they slept in separate bedrooms, but I mean, their clothing were still like they still had closets in the master bedroom. I mean, my mom had closets of clothes all over the house, but like they still went to the master bedroom to get dressed. I know my dad still used the master bathroom. My mom used the bathroom upstairs to get ready, but you know, she had like a ton of stuff. So, I don't know if roommates is the best, but yes, I mean, they were still contentious with the fact that there was a rift in the marriage.
Okay. We'll come back to that in a minute. You don't recall any money issues between your parents, or your father did not have any money issues to the best of your knowledge?
No.
Were you aware of the level of financial support your parents had to give Chris and Scott?
Oh yes, I was.
And Gary helped you out too as well, right? Not to that level, but
Not to that level, no. Yeah.
because he co-signed on the house for you. He also helped you with the condo prior to moving to Tennessee.
Condo.
Apartment.
I paid my rent for my apartment in Atlanta, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. Did Gary ever pay your rent?
No.
Okay. Did Gary ever pay your utilities, cell phone, insurance, anything like that?
I was on our family plan for cell phone.
Okay.
And then I decided to go on my own account. I think that was like in 2012, I want to say. But I did actually separate from my family's cell
Okay.
phone plan.
Did you know that essentially Chris's entire utilities were paid by Gary?
I was aware of that,
Okay.
yeah.
And did you know essentially Scott's entire living existence was funded by Gary?
Yes,
Okay.
I knew that.
And did the whole family know that?
Yes, I mean, yeah. We all knew that for
Okay.
sure.
And did you have any access to, did you have a Gary credit card or debit card?
No,
Did you have access or know any of his account information?
I did not know.
Okay. And kind of just jumping around on the 5th when you got here, you had a conversation with Chris where you had to loan him $20 so that he could leave.
Yeah.
And I believe you had to loan him that $20 because he stated that he had bounced a check and his accounts were overdrawn.
I don't know why I needed, I mean, I assumed he just didn't have the cash, but I don't know what happened, why he needed it from me. He asked if he could borrow some cash, and my husband went to the ATM, got some out, and gave it to him.
Okay. See, but you don't know what he was using it for?
I assumed just to get home. Like,
Okay. Kind of just jumping around. So all the kids knew about Ted Wiley around 2008.
yeah.
Okay.
around
And
that
at this
time.
point in time, Chris is a grown man, right? In 2008.
Yeah, yes.
So is Scott.
Hmm?
Okay. I think you're in college at this point, right? So
I am, yeah.
you're grown. And I think Amanda's in college too.
Yes.
Okay. So all children are now adults on their own.
Right.
Okay. Now, you had told on direct examination, I think that Chris is the one that told you about Ted Wiley?
No, my
Or, no,
dad.
I'm sorry. That Gary had told you directly about it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what did he called and told you that?
He did.
Okay. And then you had went through, and you had talked about this account where Melody had taken money out that your father told you about, the HELOC account.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you aware that it's around this point in time that Gary had actually filed for divorce?
I don't think I knew that he had filed for divorce, like leading up to it or when it was happening. I think I found out about that like later on. I don't think I knew in the moment that he had filed for divorce.
Did you know that Melody taking the money out of the account coincides with being served with the divorce papers?
I probably don't. I couldn't tell you exactly when she did it or exactly when he filed for divorce, so I don't know if those happened together.
Okay. Regarding the money, do you know, did Melody just take that money when her and Gary got back together, or she put it back in the family account?
She did not return it, no.
Okay. And did your dad ever tell you what happened to it?
No, she just didn't give it back.
Okay. Gary do you know where it was?
She did say, I did ask her if she still had some of the money left, and she said she did have a little bit of it left, but I know my dad said she never returned it. He said that several times.
Okay. And that account, because you called it a HELOC account, it wasn't like she went and took out a mortgage, it's just money in an account.
No, they had the HELOC. They had it already open with the house that they were in, so it was like something they can draw from.
Yeah, so you can pull money out. It's not like going
Correct.
to get a new loan.
Right.
Because your mother wouldn't qualify for a loan because she was a stay-at-home wife.
Right.
Okay. Now, Rusty being at your wedding, I'll show you. Megan, did you turn it off? So Rusty was at your wedding, and you knew who Rusty was previously, right?
Yes.
You knew who the person was. Alrighty. And I believe you testified on direct examination that I want to make sure I got it correctly, that essentially that your dad was devastated.
Yes, I mean, he was
Okay.
very
So
upset.
your dad's devastated at your wedding. And I'll show you what's marked as pane 10. Your devastated dad is standing directly next to lighting a sparkler with Rusty Barton. Okay, good. And he's devastated at that point.
I would say he was probably more devastated. My dad was a very selfless person, and he would not have been sulking around, angry. He would have never made a scene at my wedding. So my dad, I think, at that point, with how much they had gone through with all like this stuff, I think that he was able to like compartmentalize things and focus on the event, what was going on.
Okay, but you would agree with me, even if he's not wanting to ruin your wedding, which I would agree. I don't think any father would want to ruin their child's,
Right.
especially their favorite child. I think everybody agrees you're Gary's favorite, just so you know.
Okay.
He doesn't have to stand next to the man you supposedly believe is devastating the wedding, right?
Yeah, no, when I saw this picture, I thought that was weird for
Okay.
sure.
All right. By the way, when was your wedding? What year?
2016,
2016.
July of 2016.
July?
It was in July.
July? Okay. All right. So 2 years before Gary's passed. Because he passed
Yes.
in 2018.
Yes.
or that's when the remains were found. All right. So you had talked a lot about how you didn't want Rusty being at the wedding, right? Okay. And you said something interesting, I thought, that you couldn't do anything about it, essentially, and I'm paraphrasing here, because Melody would cancel your wedding.
I believed that, yes.
Okay. Now, you also testified previously that after the whole Ted Wiley situation, that your dad had changed all the accounts and took Melody's name off. Right? That's what you testified to. All righty. Melody didn't have a job. She was a stay-at-home mom, right? Okay. Gary's the breadwinner. If any of y'all need money, who do you call?
I mean, both my parents, but
Who's got the money?
my dad has.
I mean,
my dad has
they're
bank
married.
accounts,
It's
right.
their money, but
Right.
it's Gary's money, right? He's the one making it.
Right.
Okay,
He is the income.
Okay, so how can Melody cancel your wedding? She doesn't even have a credit card.
She has a lot of influence over everything, especially my dad. I mean, even though my parents were having a troubled marriage, I would say, he listened to her and did not want to upset her. And if she said, Gary, don't do this, he'd listen to her. He would do absolutely everything that she said.
You're telling this jury that the man who removed his wife from all financial accounts and, according to the state, controls every ounce of her spending, still listened to her and would do what she wanted him to do?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
That happened, when that happened with Ted, that was many years before, and I think, he did it in an emotional reaction. But my dad spent a majority of the years later trying to get her back, essentially, trying to make her happy, and she still got everything she wanted. It wasn't anything like that, but yes, if my mom said, don't do this now, he would have listened to her.
Okay. Well, that didn't work with our house, with your house.
I'm
He didn't.
sorry?
That didn't work with your house.
What do you
right?
mean?
When he went on there to get on the mortgage, you said Melody was all mad about it for
She was
whatever
angry.
reason.
She was angry, and
And he still did it.
that is because she said that the only reason she would agree to it is if she's added to the title of the house as one of the owners. And in the moment, I agreed to it because I was in a tough spot, and that's what had to happen. And I told my husband we will refinance a year from now, and we'll get it under our names. So she agreed to it, but that was the terms of her agreement.
And you had mentioned on direct, there was something about some Tennessee law where your spouse had to know.
I didn't know about that, but apparently that's something like our broker had said to us, that in Tennessee, when one spouse buys, I guess, real estate, the other spouse has to sign off on it.
Okay. Growing up, did you ever hear the name Angela Phillips?
Yes.
Okay. You realize that was your father's longtime assistant?
His secretary, yes,
Yeah.
the secretary.
And she had actually moved from Alabama to Atlanta.
I don't know. I was so young, I didn't know if she came from Alabama, but sure.
Oh, that's right. Because in '95 when they moved, you'd have been like 6 or 7.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So,
Or 8.
but you remember seeing her in Atlanta, right? When y'all lived
She
in
would
Alpharetta?
she would be at the office when we'd go up there to visit my dad. And then there would be times where Angela would kind of like babysit us. She'd come into the house and watch us while my parents were doing whatever they needed to do. Yeah.
And you had no idea that your father had at least somewhat of an affair with Miss Phillips.
I have no knowledge of anything like that.
Okay. And where do I want to go? And just something, Amanda and Chad, they were both at the wedding, right?
Yes, actually, my wedding weekend was the first time I met Chad.
Because I know you stated at one point that Amanda was extremely upset, right, at the wedding,
Yes.
right? All right, and we'll agree that, so that's Rusty, right?
It is.
And Chad,
Yep.
and they're just sitting there drinking beers.
Mm-hmm.
Chad's Amanda's then boyfriend, now husband.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, you married a man named Chris Payne?
That's right.
Yeah, 2 Chris's in the same family. That gets confusing.
It does.
Let trying to read my own handwriting. Just give me one second. Oh, so your daughter was born in 2017. Melody came up there, and I think you actually said stayed a few weeks with you.
Yes, that's right.
Stayed in your house?
Mhm.
Okay. Did I know Gary had come up to the hospital? Did he leave after that?
He did. Yeah, he stayed for a couple of days. I think he left the day that I was to be discharged. I think it's when he went back home.
Now, I want to, because I'm sorry I'm having to jump around like that. This is that message that Ms. Francis was going over with you. This was sent on July the 2nd. And then about Chris charging money and all that stuff. And a trip you weren't going on, so you probably didn't care about. I'm assuming that's why you didn't respond. Then, Ms. Francis didn't go over the following messages, which is on here, and this is pane 11, July the 4th, 2018. Melody has sent you, I Missed a Little Princess. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm assuming that is in response to the photograph that you had sent of Olivia.
That's right.
Right, okay. And so that was at 8:15. And then the following day, because you had kind of bounced around on directs between, who calling and texting when everybody was looking for Gary. But you can see here, July the 5th at 12:23, Melody had texted you and said, "Call me ASAP." Okay. So, and if that was 12:23 here, that would be 11:23 your time in Tennessee.
Right.
Okay. So that kind of makes sense. So Melody texted you, and I'm assuming you would have called her back, and that's when she would have said, "We can't find your dad." Okay. Now, who out of your two brothers, who are you the closest with? Chris?
Probably, yeah,
Okay.
Chris.
I want to ask, just because, I'm trying to figure it out. With the whole Gary birthday, Father's Day celebration thing, in these text messages, you're a little upset about with Scott, all righty? But then you're also testifying that Melody had something to do with it.
Yes.
So what my question is, well, first off, because there's multiple Chris's. So who's going to smoke the food? Your Chris or Chris Farris?
My brother, Chris Farris.
Okay, so Chris Farris is going to smoke food at Purcell Lane. That was your plan. And then the plan just kind of changes, or for whatever reason, and Scott's going to smoke the food. Okay, who cares? Why is that such a big deal?
I just thought it was rude that my brother and I were planning to do these things. We thought was a nice gesture for the family, and it seemed like we were trying to get roadblocked.
Why are you there? Why are you? Why are you dating? Why are you throwing Scott and Melody in together? There's no indication of any of that.
Well, she went out and bought Scott a brand new smoker. I mean, I just thought I thought it was like very, I just felt like, I don't know what I'm trying to say.
No, that's fine. I'll move on. Moving to the episode that Gary had. So, if I understood it correctly, somebody called you, said Gary's real bad, and then later on, Chris calls you and says, no, he's actually fine, and you just thought that was strange. Does that sum it up?
I mean, I thought it was strange that my mom was making it sound like he was at death's door, and then I hear from my brother, and it's not as heavy as of a situation as I thought it was.
Okay. Would you be surprised that Scott testified in being one of the people that took him to the hospital of how bad he actually was?
No, I mean, I'm sure he was bad. I mean, if you're wanting to go to the hospital, I would imagine you're probably not in good shape.
Yeah. And it was only just because he had gotten some treatment, and then when Chris got there, he was feeling better.
Possibly.
I mean, that would kind of make sense, right? And,
Sure.
When you get lucky, when you go to the doctor, you feel better.
Right.
Now, out of your two brothers, which one are you the closest with?
Probably Chris.
Well, let me ask you this way too. You and Amanda, are y'all fairly close? Were.
We were, yeah. I would say that once Amanda and I got into college, and then in our young adult lives, we definitely got closer.
Okay. So, but out of the two boys, you're probably closest with Chris.
I mean, at that time, I would say I was probably closer with Amanda at the time out of all the siblings. But ever since this, yes, I have grown significantly closer to my brother Chris and Scott.
Okay. How often would you say that you speak to Chris and Scott?
I would, well, sometimes we'll go through stretches where Chris and I will talk like every other day, and then there's times that we don't talk for a few weeks. And then Scott, we probably talk about once or twice a month,
Okay. How much have you talked to him? How much have you talked to Chris, let's say, past 2 weeks, since this trial's been going on?
The past 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Pretty
Since
often.
beginning of October.
Yeah, pretty often.
Every day?
Sure.
How about Scott?
I mean, no. Maybe every other day. Yeah,
Okay.
pretty often.
Have you talked to him since they testified here today?
Just because, I mean, yes, I'm staying at my brother Chris's house, and Scott is watching my kids today, so yeah, I have talked to them.
Okay. Did they talk about what they testified to?
No.
Say that again? They did not?
No.
Okay. All right, moving up to around July the 5th. There was a lot going on back and forth with the whole bullet issue.
Yeah.
So who gave you confirmation that there was a bullet?
Manny Aurora, the attorney that was representing my mom at the time, he called me and told me.
So he called you?
He
So you
called
never-
me with the confirmation, yes.
So you didn't learn that from Detective Hayes or any
No.
of your brothers?
No, I mean, the first time that I heard of a bullet was from my brother Chris saying that he had received a call from Detective Hayes saying that they had found a bullet in the rib. But like I said before, we didn't have any kind of confirmation from any kind of professional. Not saying Detective Hayes isn't a professional, but just saying we didn't have no, we just didn't have the confirmation at that point, I guess.
Okay. You had also, you were talking about with Miss Frankish, saying that Melody was demanding money back from y'all.
Yeah.
Okay. But you also said you had some kind of loan with your father? Mm-hmm. Okay. How much was it?
It was about, I think it was $3,000, yeah.
Okay, $3,000. Were you paying him back?
The plan was to pay him back, yes.
Okay. When did he give you that money?
It might have been May of 2018, I want to say. It was early summer, I think it was, when that happened.
What was it for?
My husband needed to hire an attorney.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, so it was for legal counsel.
Yes.
All right, for your husband. All right, and I'm assuming, because you said that was the plan to pay him back, you had not started repaying him.
No, in fact, I was supposed to make the first payment to him in July.
Okay. Well, when you were with this supposed conversation you had with your mother, do you recall telling her that you had this loan with your father and you're not going to repay her?
I did say that in anger. I did say that to her, that I wasn't going to, I had it with him. I wasn't going to pay her back. I was with him, but that was kind of in the moment. I think I just reacted in a hateful way, I should say.
And you'll agree, because Garrity, I lumped them together. Gary and Melody, they're married, right? It's theirs, right? Just like you and Chris are married. So what's Chris is yours and what's yours is yours.
Right.
That's what my wife says.
Right.
Okay. So, I mean, you can understand her saying, hey, repay the debt, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Moving up to this whole Sally Sims thing, what kind of letter did she send you?
I mean, I probably still have it at home, but it's just kind of like recording his birth and death date, and that he was deceased.
Okay. why would the coroner or deputy why would she send that to you?
I was communicating with her, just trying to see if we got any updates. I wasn't reaching out to detectives, just to kind of respect her attorney at the time's wishes. But I felt comfortable reaching out to her. She was so nice, and she always said, like, if you need anything at all, just reach out. And so I don't remember like requesting it. I think I was just talking about the issues that were coming up with not having a death certificate, and she offered that to me.
Okay, basically like as a compromise of, well, we don't have a death certificate, but I do have
Right.
this letter. And because it's 11 months and some change before the actual autopsy was released. Were you aware of that?
I don't know dates like that.
Okay. One second, Judge. I just got to look up one thing real quick. No further questions, Judge.
Redirect.
I don't have any redirect.
All right, you sit down. Thank you. Probably a good time to break for lunch. I don't know if the food's here or not, but it'll be here shortly. So we'll break and shoot for, try to get back right around 1. All right. Again, I know y'all are wanting to wander, but if y'all are gonna stay near the building, I need you to stay with the deputies and the bailiffs and not go off on your own, so that I make sure that no one's interacting with y'all. All right. That works. Chairs off. All right, we'll shoot for 1 o'clock.
I want to feel wanted, not just tolerated. I want to be able to look at you and know it's just me, not wonder how many others there are. I want to feel like my body is worth showing off, not like it's just been trashed from having 3 kids. I want to feel the way you made me feel in the beginning, like I'm treasured and safe, not like I'm just here because you really don't have a choice. And you'll see quite a number of messages like this. It's basically an unbroken string of text messages all the way up to the day that she kills Quentin. August 6th, yeah, go get yourself some ass. I know mine is not good enough. Never was, never will be. September 10th, you're the reason I'm angry every day. You're the reason I'm depressed, why I feel the way I do about myself. Now, this is not a minor thing for her. I told you it's probably the biggest thing emotionally going on in her life. The way that she perceives herself to be being treated by Daniel, and perhaps to some degree actually was being treated by him. It's at least how she feels. This is such a big deal for her that with her phone, at one point she filmed something that can only be described as a digital suicide note. All right, she's in the car, and you'll hear her at the end say, I've got to go, I made it to the river. She's in her car, evidently contemplating driving her car into a river and ending her life. And she starts out saying goodbye to her children. She has some kind words to say about Zane. She has some kind, loving words to say about Sky. You might perceive that she momentarily kind of seems to be at a loss for what exactly to say about Quentin, our victim, the middle child. And then she goes on to explain that the message is clearly addressed to Danny. She goes on to attribute what she's about to do to the way that Danny has treated her. Now, this is a 4-minute some video. It's a little long for an opening statement, but we're going to watch the whole thing. And we're going to watch the whole thing because it's an important window into her state of mind at this stage in time. This video was filmed in August of 2022, but the evidence in terms of the text messages and her statements will show that nothing really changed between when this video was filmed and October 4th of 2022. So with that preview, I'll play this for you now.
This guy, his name, Quigger. Mama tried. And Mama's not here no more because she doesn't love you. I do. I can't love myself. If I can't love myself, how can I love y'all? I have tried over and over and over and I failed. I screamed for help and I don't get it. This guy, you are such a beautiful little girl. I wish I could watch you grow up. I wish I could hold you for your first heartbreak because my mama didn't. Sky, I love you, baby girl. And Zane, you were so handsome, so sweet, so protective.
her now by Danny. So that's where she was at. This is her emotional state in the summer, fall of 2022. That brings us back to October 4th. And here I'll give you sort of an overview of what the evidence is going to show us to the sequence of events of that day. Now, the first thing to establish is that on the relevant days here, Billy Joe Howell, the defendant's mother, and Thomas Howell, her stepdad, are out of town. They're not in town. They're not in the house. They are sort of out of play. I expect that will be undisputed. So that leaves in the house Paul, the defendant, Danny, and the three children, Zane, Quentin, and Scott. In the morning of October 4th, quite early in the morning, in fact, the defendant and Danny take the three children to babysitter Michelle McCarty and her two teenage daughters that live on the same street. They live like right across the street on Buckhalter. And it says babysitter up here, and I've called her the babysitter, but really you'll hear from Michelle, one of her daughters. And it comes across more like they're almost like a second family or a substitute family for these kids because of the parental shortcomings at 535 Buckhalter. So the evidence might show that babysitter kind of undersells it a little bit. And the child care arrangement was this. At this point in time, Danny and the defendant are working at a warehouse in Port Wentworth, unloading, loading boxes. They're carrying boxes at the warehouse in Port Wentworth. And their shift starts at 6 a.m. They're working the 6 a.m. shift. So early in the morning, on the way to work, they'll drop off the three children with Michelle and with her two teenage daughters. And so they do that. And they both go to work. They clock in at essentially the exact same time, a little after 6 a.m. on October 4th. Now they clock out less than 2 hours later. And the reason they do that is the defendant is experiencing some kind of dental issue. She has a tooth that's bothering her and it needs to come out. And so they clock out right around 8 o'clock, just before 8 o'clock in the morning. And they go to some type of like emergency dental clinic or walk-in dental clinic. And she gets a tooth pulled. These are some pictures, selfies she took of herself in the dentist chair. And you can see the side of her mouth on the left side there, I think is kind of swollen. She sent these to Daniel Young and Danny, who was sitting out in the waiting room waiting for her. And so after this, they do not go back to work. They go home. And the rest of the waking hours of the day are pretty normal. They get some lunch. They relax. Her mouth is bothering her. She's tired. She's sore. And eventually at about 4:30 in the afternoon, they go and they pick up the three kids from the babysitter, from Michelle, and they bring them home. So at that point, Danny, the defendant, and the three kids are in the house. Now Paul, he worked at the same warehouse, but he worked a later shift, and you'll hear what it is. It's something like 2 p.m. to late at night, around 10 or so. That was Paul's shift. So same place, different shift. So he's not there in the afternoon. Now they're there. They do dinner. They do bath time. They put the kids down. Quentin in his pack and play. I think you'll hear testimony or a statement from the defendant that Sky, the infant, slept on that couch that we looked at, and Zane in the race car bed. And I think it'll be undisputed, and I expect that it'll be undisputed that, at around 10 p.m., Quentin is fine. He's just in his crib, in his pack and play for bedtime. Okay. And what happens at this point sets off a chain of events that goes over the next couple hours and results in tragedy. And that is that the defendant and Daniel have yet another argument about how he's treating her. This is sometime a little after 10 p.m. And that this is something she told to detectives eventually in some of her interviews. About how he doesn't want her, he doesn't want to touch her, he's not feeling desire for her like he used to. You know, we've already talked about this is a major trigger for her. This is the biggest emotional issue going on in her life, and it's significant. It drove her to the brink in the video that you've watched. This is not a minor thing for her. And so she leaves the house after 10 p.m. on the first of 2 trips that you'll hear a lot about in this trial, and that she didn't really want to talk about, at least truthfully, with investigators. And that first trip is to the drug dealer. She says that she left so that things wouldn't escalate between her and Danny. She was upset. That's her word. So it wouldn't escalate. The first place she goes is this Circle K. And I should have pointed out that you can see her getting out of the car. And that's at 10:29 p.m. So about 10:30. I'll back up and you can see her getting out of her Dodge Journey with a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. She's not in a good state. Anyway, 10:30, she goes into the Circle K. She buys a couple convenience store items. And then she texts Danny. He's got her saved in his phone as Lanny Baby. She texts him, I'm going to run to 204, I guess. That's at 10:32, immediately after she leaves the Circle K. She might still be in the parking lot for all I know. And 204 is an area you'll hear about in this case. It's sort of it's shorthand for our drug dealer. I'm going to run to our drug dealer. This is Highway 204 is what this is a reference to. And their drug dealer lives on a street right off 204. So she's going to get drugs to try to make herself feel better. This is a screenshot of some GPS plots from her phone that the police eventually made after getting into her phone. You can see Highway 204 here. And this red kind of blob up here is a series of GPS points showing that she's at the drug dealer's house on Arkwright Lane from about 10:45 p.m. to 10:55. And she's scoring drugs to use that night because she doesn't like the way she's feeling. This is some information exported from her cell phone extraction showing that while she was there, at 10:49, she made an $80 Cash App payment to a Timothy Weston, who is her drug dealer, or at least one of them. While she's gone, Paul gets home. He had clocked out at 9:56 p.m. And I think he will say that he took him a minute to get home because he was smoking a blunt in the parking lot or something like that. You're going to hear a lot about drug use in this case. And he gets home while the defendant is still out on this trip to the drug dealer. And he'll tell you that when he got home, he went in and said hey to Danny. And he saw the kids, he saw Quentin in his crib, in his pack and play, and Quentin was fine. He even interacted with him a little bit. He'll tell you what it was. Hey, little man, how's it going? And he sees that Quentin is A-okay, he's fine. May not be completely asleep yet, but he's there and he's okay. Now, by 10 after 11, this is another GPS screenshot. It's hard to make out on this TV. But this is, by 10 after 11, she's got a bunch of GPS points hitting at the house on Buckhalter Road. And this is just to signify that this is around when she gets home. 10 after 11. And so she's home at that point. Paul is upstairs in his bedroom, going to sleep, kind of secluded from the rest of the family. And Danny eventually goes to sleep as well. And you'll hear her say this to the investigators, that she was the only one up and active in the middle of the night, in the hours leading up towards 1 a.m. Danny is sleeping because he's going to get up and go to work in the morning. He has to get up at like sometime between 5 and 5:30 to go to work. And Paul is sleeping as well because he just got off work. He's tired. And you'll hear her say that I was the only one up and about. My tooth was hurting. I couldn't sleep. What she's doing is she's going on a bender. You'll hear her admit to this eventually with the police. She didn't want to talk about it initially, but you'll hear that she eventually acknowledged that she was up kind of frantically using drugs for an extended period of time while everybody else in the house is asleep and out of play. You'll hear her talk about it. I would hit a line. I would go outside. I would smoke a blunt to kind of bring myself down. Maybe smoke a cigarette. Then I'd hit another line and repeat the cycle. So she's in her house by herself, physically uncomfortable because of her dental issue, emotionally wrecked because of what's going on with her and Danny that's resurfaced again this night. Well, the resurface is probably not the way to put it because it's just an ever-present problem for her. And this is a bad situation. Right? This is a volatile, dangerous situation. And that's because you'll hear something that she later said during the investigation on a recorded call, on a recorded phone call to Daniel, who was cooperating with the police and trying to help them gain information about the effect that cocaine has on her. It's not just fun for her. You'll hear her say that it makes her angry and impulsive.
I become angry and impulsive when I'm on it.
And so those are the conditions. She's up all alone, physically uncomfortable, emotionally unhappy, unstable to some degree. And around 1 a.m. probably, she kills Quentin. Now I'm going to focus on the what she did and when things happened. And probably in closing argument when all the evidence is in, we'll talk to you a little bit more about the why exactly in that moment did she do this. But for now, I want you to just understand the sequence of events and what happened when. She takes his body and puts it in Dodge Journey, Georgia tag TEN 9300. And she begins the cover-up. The cover-up is not just the lies to the police. The cover-up starts immediately. A little after 1 a.m., she drives down Buckhalter Road, which turns to the right here, but it's still Buckhalter Road at that turn. And comes into Ogeechee Road right here. And she pulls into this mobile home plaza. It's right here. Mostly what you're seeing is trees, but there are mobile homes in here. This is Azalea Mobile Home Plaza. And there's a convenient stand-up dumpster sort of hidden away under some tree cover in the tree line there. And she throws Quentin's body away like a piece of trash at about 1:17 in the morning. She drives home. This is another export from her phone, showing that her phone was locked from 2:01 in the morning until 9:13 in the morning. And this is just kind of a shorthand way of saying that's roughly about the time she eventually goes to sleep. And her phone is inactive. Now Danny wakes up for work a little after 5, and he tries to wake her up to go to work. She's supposed to go to work with him. Remember, they work the same shift. She has been up all night doing drugs, and he's been, responsibly sleeping, so he's able to get up for work. And he cannot wake her up. She will not wake up. And at this point, he's trying to get out of the house to go to work. And he believes that all 3 children are there. He does not go over and check the packet plate. He doesn't even know that Quentin is gone. You saw in those pictures the packet plate is all the way across the room in the far corner. It's not right next to the closet. It's not right next to the bathroom. He can't wake her up to go to work, and he's annoyed by this because this is, I think he may tell you it's not the first time this has happened. And they are kind of tight on money. They are trying to make money to either put a down payment on a house or a security deposit on an apartment so they don't have to live with their mom anymore. And he'll tell you that he was frustrated by this. You're not going to get up and come to work and make money. And his decision at this time is to say, well, okay, if you're not going to come to work and make money, we're not going to spend money on a babysitter today. Because they pay her every day, Michelle. And so he texts Michelle, hey, the kids are going to stay here with her today, Miss Michelle, at 5:20 in the morning. She says, okay. And the reason for that is his thought is, look, if you're not going to get up and make money, you can stay here and watch the kids. Wake up and find these kids are still here. You can deal with them. They're yours. So he goes to work, and he clocks in at 6:11. 6 a.m., 6:11 a.m. And he will clock out at 9:15, a little over 3 hours later. And the reason that he clocks out at 9:15 is that at 9:14, 1 minute before the clock out, he gets a call from the defendant who's got him saved in her phone as King. And he's got the 910 area code. That's North Carolina, where he's from. Now, this is a 21-minute call. She calls him, and the cover-up, initially I said, the cover-up starts with covering this up to him. Before the police ever, she covered up to the police, but before they ever even get involved, she's covering it up to Danny. She calls him and she tells him that she woke up, the front door was open, and Quentin was gone. And he would run out to his car, leave work, and come home, and stay on the line with her for 21 minutes. Police went to the warehouse that they work at, and they got some video footage to see, well, what did Danny look like when he was leaving the house, leaving work, having gotten this call. And this video shows him running out. That's Danny running out of work. You'll hear from his boss, a fellow named David Mullins, that David ran into Danny in the parking lot. Danny's running out, Dave is just pulling in and getting to work. And they briefly encounter one another. And Dave will tell you, he looked genuinely upset. He was for real crying, tears coming down his face. Danny does not know what is going on. He knows what he's hearing from the defendant, and that's it. So he rushes home. And I'll tell you this, I told you the call to Danny was at 9:14. As he's on the way home, on this call with the defendant where she's telling him she woke up and the front door was open, these are ADT records. There's an ADT security system on this house, and it keeps track of when each door was open and closed, or just opened, or just closed, having been open. Police got these records, and you'll see that front door didn't open until 9:22 in the morning on October 5th. Now that's 6 minutes in, 6 or 8 minutes in to that call with Danny. And so what the evidence is going to show that is that she's on the phone with him saying, I woke up and the front door was open and Quentin was gone. And it's during that phone call that she's opening the front door. So you'll hear that she's essentially tampering with evidence, tampering with the scene, staging the scene to fit with her story before the police ever become involved. Danny gets home. Somehow babysitter Michelle got wind that this was going on. Maybe she heard screaming or something. She'll tell you how she heard about this when she testifies. She comes over. Paul hears yelling, comes downstairs, and now everybody's there and they're looking for Quentin. And the defendant, of course, is the only person who knows where he actually is, and that's in a dumpster at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza. And they call 911, and here's what the defendant says.
Get by my side! Get by my player outside! I woke up and the front door is open and this place is empty, please!
Police show up a little before 10 a.m. and she repeats the same story to them. The evidence will show that that car that's like the furthest one, the most recent one that entered the driveway, is the babysitter's, Michelle's. She had pulled up and parked her white Pathfinder there. But in any case, the defendant repeats that story to the responding officers, and you'll hear from some of them.
Marine 3 off the board. He forgot to log out yesterday. He's off today. I woke up about 10 o'clock. My husband was worried about 6, so within a 3-hour period, somehow the front door is unlocked and my son is not in his blanket.
Now, this is a missing child. So situations like this, it's all hands on deck. Everybody comes out. Forensics comes out. I think the forensics unit came out and had a drone up looking for Quentin. Patrol officers are being pulled from other beats, other areas of patrol, to canvass the area and look for Quentin in the woods. All sorts of people are coming. Most of the command staff for the Chatham County Police Department showed up because this is a big deal and they take these things very seriously. One of the specialized units that responded after patrol officers had gotten there was the detectives for the Chatham County Police Department, CID, the Criminal Investigations Division. And the first detective there for CID is a guy you'll hear from, Sean Wilkins. Sean Wilkins shows up, and he's the one who conducts the first, what you call more like the first formal interview with the defendant. And most notable from that statement that he takes from her at this time is when she says she went to bed and when she says she got up. And you'll hear that she tells him, I went to bed around midnight and I got up around 9. She doesn't say anything at all about this trip to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza a little after 1 a.m. She doesn't want to talk about that because that's the trip that she took to get rid of Quentin's body. So here's her telling Wilkins, I went to bed around midnight and I got up around 9 a.m.
When's the last time you saw your child?
When I went to bed last night.
And what time was that? Do you
It was
remember?
around 12.
12? Okay.
12 and I went to bed. I had my wisdom teeth removed yesterday.
I'm sorry, that's it.
So I went to bed kind of late.
I get you. Listen, I had them up too.
So I got up this morning about 9.
About 9?
And my front door is open, so I went up and I shut it, not thinking about anything like that. And I look over and check my kids, and he was gone. All the rest were there. He was gone.
It's all right. It's all right.
Went to bed at midnight, woke up around 9. No mention of the Azalea trip. I told you there were 2 trips, 2:04 earlier in the night, 10:11. Trip number 2 is that Azalea trip, a little after 1 a.m. And she is totally omitting that. Now, all hands on deck, right? Missing child. There are detectives working on this case that aren't even out at the scene from the very beginning. One of them is a Chatham County Police detective you'll hear from named Kiana Robbins. Gianna Robbins is at the Islands Precinct, I think is where she was, on Johnny Mercer. Like, not anywhere close to here. But she's in her office, she's sitting at her computer, and she's researching. She's seeing if she can find some helpful information. This is a stock photo of what's called a flock camera. The flock system is a series of cameras that are set up around town at major intersections or along busy roads. And what they do is they snap a picture of the license plates of all the cars that drive by. And police can use these for a number of different things. One of the things they can use them for is, say you have somebody who flees from a traffic stop and actually gets away, and the police can't pursue them without undue danger. They can take that tag number of that individual, they can put it in the flock system and put like a lookout out for them. If that tag hits on any other cameras, it'll alert the police and they can try again and make the traffic stop. Another thing that the police can do, and what Detective Robbins did, was look up vehicles registered to the defendant. She finds that Dodge Journey that the defendant drove to dispose of Quentin's body, and she puts it into the flock system, looks it up in the database to see what, if any, flock cameras that vehicle has hit on anytime recently. And she sees that that car has been out late at night, driving around on trips that the defendant hasn't mentioned yet. She radios that information, or maybe calls via phone. This is the tag she looks up. That's the Dodge Journey in the driveway at the time of the police response. She calls Lieutenant Foster, who you'll hear from. This is after the defendant has told Wilkins that she went to bed at midnight and woke up at 9 and hasn't mentioned anything about the Orangeville trip or the Azalea trip. Foster goes up to her. He now has this information that this tag has been hitting on some flock cameras and seems to have been driving around during the night. And he goes up to her, and he's a lieutenant at this point, which is like kind of a managerial type position. He's, by this time, is the senior man on scene, I believe. But he has background in investigations. He was with the Savannah Police Department, I think, at one point, in their violent crimes unit, investigating homicide. So he knows his way around an investigation. He knows how to do these sort of things. He goes up to her armed with this information about the flock hits at night. He wants to know what these trips were about. So he goes up to her and he asks her, hey, did you go anywhere last night? And he's a savvy guy, so he's careful to tack on, you know, like where the kidnapper could have followed you home. And she seems to know, the evidence will show, that she seems to know that he knows something about this trip to Azalea that she took and has not mentioned to this point. And so she comes up with a story. It's not totally clear when she came up with it. But the story is that, oh, that trip that I took away from my house shortly after 1 a.m., that was to go pick up Oragel from a friend at the Chevron. Now the Chevron is right next to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza. They're kind of right next to each other. And so that's her story as to what she was doing, driving to that location at that time. My tooth was bothering me. I didn't have any Oragel. I went to pick some up and got some from a friend. This is the first appearance of the Oragel story, which lasts for about a week or so, maybe a week and a half.
Did y'all go anywhere last night or yesterday with Faith that maybe he could have followed you or something? Y'all didn't go anywhere? No, I'm just maybe you yourself.
Yeah, I know. Because I got my tooth pulled yesterday, so I went to go to the Orangeville.
2 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
No, like morning at 5 because I couldn't go to sleep.
Okay, so where'd you go?
Right up the road right here, got Chevron. And my friend that I used to work with, she had Orangeville because they didn't have me. I said, okay, I'm home.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else? Have you made anything home? So when did you get home?
I can tell you exactly what's going on.
All right, so that's the story about what I was doing when I drove there. Now, I'll tell you this, she's trying to show him on her phone this trip on an app called Life 360. Life 360 kind of generally tracks your movements. You can join with your family and they can see where you are and have been and vice versa. You may be wondering, well, look, if this trip was so sinister in nature, why is she trying to show it to him on her phone? And you'll hear testimony that the reason that she was comfortable holding out her phone as corroboration for this trip to the Chevron is that, again, the Chevron and Azalea Mobile Home Plaza are right next to each other. And looking at the screen, you can't necessarily tell which one she's at. You can only tell that she's in the general area. So she believes that this kind of helps prove that I'm telling the truth about being at the Chevron. Now, the police would later pull very precise GPS data from the phone, like not just looking at the screen, but from the actual phone, that puts her not at the Chevron, but right at the dumpsters at Azalea, which are, I don't know, maybe 100 yards, 75 yards from the Chevron. But that's why she's holding the Life 360 out and saying, look, this helps me. So that's the first appearance of the Oragel story, to explain the Azalea trip. They take, the police take all three of the adults in the house. Eventually they say, we really need you to get Danny, Paul, and the defendant to the police station, sit them down for formal interviews, and just get like a complete sequence of the day from all three of these people. And the first interview with the defendant takes place in something that they call the lactation room or the nursing room. I think you sometimes also hear these things referred to as mothering rooms. And the reason for that is that Danny was in the single interview room that they have with the cameras wired up in the corners and all that. And this video is recorded on Detective Marion Lemon's phone. Now, by this time, this is a joint federal and local investigation. The FBI has shown up because they get involved in kidnappings, abduction cases. And what happens at headquarters is that they pair off teamwork. One FBI agent, one detective, and they each in a pair interview each of these people. And so Detective Lemons is paired up with Special Agent Brad Snyder, whom you'll hear from. And they were kind of partners throughout this investigation. And it's very open-ended at the beginning. What they're asking for is just give us an account of your day. Give us an account of the last 24 hours. Where have you been? What have you done? And so you'll hear Snyder asking him this. The video is really nothing special. I think it's just ceiling tiles the entire time because the phone is sitting on a table. But the audio is good. You can hear her. And she starts with, we left the dentist and came home. So she does start at the beginning.
So right now, again, we're sorry for everything. I mean, we can't imagine the emotions that you're feeling right now. But it's difficult. Just, just kind of think back the last 24 hours and just kind of give me, what you've been through in the past 24 hours. So we'll talk 24 hours would be this time yesterday. So from about 1 o'clock yesterday, just want to tell me your
So that's the start. I was leaving the dentist, getting my wisdom tooth pulled. And the end is the Oragel story, the Chevron Oragel story that she has as her last trip of the night. Again, she omitted that to Wilkins, is now had to come up with a story to cover this trip.
What was really bothering me about almost 1 in the morning. I called Circle K to see if they had Oragel. So I got in contact with another one of my friends named Misty that I used to work with. He has a lot of mouth problems, and asked her if she had any Oragel. I met her up there at the Chevron. And I called her, and got that and back home. Also, 12 minutes. I got it for my Life 360. I can show y'all right around everything was on the left outside your back. Get home, turn my mouth, check all the kids again, they were okay.
Now, a couple things about this initial interview in which she's asked to give an account of or for her movements for like the last 24 hours. No mention whatsoever of the trip to the drug dealer. She doesn't want to talk about what she was doing that night in the state that it put her in. So that's omitted completely from this interview. And now she's put a name to the friend who gave her the Orajel. Misty is what she calls her. Now, I'll tell you before we move on from that, I'll tell you this. The police asked her to go through her phone, and of course she's playing, the victim. I'm the victim, the mother victim of a child abduction. So she probably feels some pressure to cooperate, and so she lets them go through her phone. A couple things I see is there's no call to Misty, and there's no call to Circle K to check and see if they have Orajel, which is something she said. First I called Circle K to check and see whether they had Orajel. They didn't, so then I called Misty. None of that in there at all. They also see a message from the defendant to Danny. We looked at this earlier. This is when she's leaving the Circle K and is about to go to the drug dealer at 10:30. Gonna run to 204, I guess. This is something that she had left out in this initial interview with Snyder and Lemons. So they interview her again, and this time it's in the interview room. And they want to ask her, what's the deal with this 204 thing? Here's what she tells them. Oh, yeah, that was a trip to the drug dealer, but it wasn't actually to buy drugs. She tells them that the reason that she left the house at 10:30 at night and went to her drug dealer and was there for 10 minutes was simply to pay off a pre-existing drug debt in the amount of $20. Now, the evidence will show that that story is just absurd on its face. But in addition to that, the cash out was for $80, not $20. And she'll later admit that this story wasn't true. But here she is launching it.
Yeah, and I was already heading back by the time that.
So at 10:40, you texted him that you were turning on 204 to go to meet with?
Yeah, like I'm turning on 204 now, like I'm about to meet him. That's what I was trying to tell him. So.
And at that point, you didn't get anything.
No, I just paid him $20. I gave him $20 and I left. It was a couple days ago.
She's paying off a $20 debt, not actually buying drugs. Because after all, she tells them, other than marijuana, I don't use drugs.
See, you didn't get a Percocet for red, you were after.
No, I just gave him $20. And even if I didn't want to get a Percocet, like $35. When the last time you asked him? I saw him. I was 6%. I don't do it like that. Like, if anything, anybody got to worry about anything with me, it's on me. Because I was weak. I'll be honest about that. Everything else now, I'm always there, I wash your ID. Because, I always get covered in police touch. So that's anything. Anything that's not homegrown or thought of the convenience store, I don't want. When I'm in homegrown, I don't need cooked up stuff when I got hurt.
Very strong, detailed denial of the use of any drugs other than marijuana. And the reason they're asking her whether she got a Percocet from the drug dealer that night is that they had seen some messages about buying Percocets as well when they went through her phone. And they asked her about that. What about these text messages with you? Look like you're buying Percocet, using Percocet. And her story at this time is, oh, those are for a friend. I'm just the middleman for my friend Cheyenne, who likes Percocets, but doesn't, I guess, know a dealer herself.
Things that you just have to answer for, so we have to get a better understanding as to what went on. You know that we gave us the authorization to go through the text messages. There's text messages in there unless you purchasing Percocet as recently as within the past 24 to 48 hours. So just you mind telling me about that date, or help me understand that?
That is a date. So
What's your story?
sometimes when you ask me if I've done, I haven't done it
not want to talk about her drug use that night because that contributed directly to the state of mind that she was in and relates so closely to her killing Quentin in the middle of the night. So she feels that she has to tell these lines. And she wants to focus on 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. because after all, this is an abduction. It's not as though I did anything in the middle of the night. My child was taken after Danny left for work. That's her story, that's what she's trying to sell. And again, she forcefully denies this.
No, I did not. I did not take a Percocet right now. I will piss in the cup for you right now.
Now, police follow up, okay? October 5th, they get statements from the defendant, where she's making all these claims that we've talked about. They get a statement from Paul, they get a statement from Danny. And what you do, and this goes late into the night, eventually it's kind of time to stop on October 5th and wake up in the morning and follow up on some of this stuff. So she has said that she was at the Chevron getting Orajel from Misty, her former co-worker. And so they go out and there are two real notable things that happen between the October 5th statements on day one and the next interview. And one is that they do what they call a video canvas. They go out to this Chevron area where she has said that this Orajel exchange happened. And they look around and they see if they see any cameras. They go in and they ask if there's footage. And they get footage from the Chevron. And it does not show her stopping there. In fact, it shows her driving by. And they get footage from Azalea next door. And this is a major break in the case, because what the Azalea footage shows is her pulling in, doing a loop around the complex, and pulling up to the dumpsters and sitting there for about 2 minutes. And that's when she throws Quentin's body away. So you're going to hear in detail about the footage from Azalea, the different cameras and camera angles and what you could see on which one. But this is just a sample of that. And this is her driving in the Dodge Journey after 1 a.m. on a mission to throw away her dead child. So that's one notable item of follow-up that leads into the next interview. The other is that they go talk to Melissa Missy Bray. Now, the defendant's calling her Misty on the first night. She doesn't even get her name right. But she describes her as a former co-worker from Bojangles. So Special Agent Snyder goes out to Bojangles, asks whether they can direct him to this person. They do. He goes out and he interviews her. And he asked her when the last time that she saw the defendant was. And she tells him, I haven't seen her for months. The last time that I saw her was when she ran it. It was like in July of 2022, months before what we're talking about. The defendant had run out of gas near Missy's house, had walked to Missy's house, and had borrowed a gas can. And their last contact was Missy texting her a few times, saying, hey, can I get that gas can back? And that was it. And that was months before. And Special Agent Snyder looked at these messages and they corroborate what Missy is telling him. So, Chevron story, the met Missy at Chevron story is now just completely torpedoed. And so they bring her in for another interview on October 8th. And this one is with an FBI agent named Bridget Brock. And it's conducted at the FBI office in Savannah. And they confront her with these two findings. One, the security footage from Azalea and from Chevron. And two, what Missy has told them. And she just sticks to the Orajel story and just insists that it is true. And this is what that sounded like. She just hasn't had time yet to figure out how she's going to play this with this new information that they're presenting her with.
We'll talk about that, okay? Because Missy hadn't talked to you. Yeah, she has. She hasn't talked to you in quite some time. Yeah, she has. She did not have a conversation with you about the ordeal. Yes. So in your mind, you've looked at all these timestamps and plausibly you came up with a story that's partly true. No, that is true. But there's very, very many missing pieces, right? And in your story, you haven't been completely honest about where you were at and why you were there. I was 100% honest about where I was at. I showed the Life 360. I told him I even gave him the ordeal that she gave me. Right, and that didn't happen. We've already interviewed this. Yeah, I got the ordeal. That did happen. She had that load inside of her mouth. That's the reason why I asked her for it. You have to stop saying this. It did not happen. Yes, it did.
So that's the story on October 8th. I'm sticking to her guns. Now, October 12th, she comes in for another interview. And this is with Brad Snyder, who I've talked about already, who you've heard a little bit from and seen a little bit of, and an FBI agent named Savannah Solomon that he works with closely. And this is at the FBI office. And this is a long interview. I've pared it down a little bit so we don't have to spend 3 hours watching it during the trial, but it's still fairly long. And initially, at least, she's sticking to the origin story. That's Savannah Solomon on the left, Snyder on the right, and the defendant in the middle.
And I did. Let's talk about that. Yeah, I did. Please.
I did meet Misty, 100%. It happened. I'm telling you. And she tells this kind of flowery story describing this meeting. She lavishes them with details about how this went down.
So you went to Missy's house, and did you go inside her house? She was just standing outside.
Yeah, that's not
How long did y'all interact there with Missy? How long were you there talking?
2-3 minutes. It was a quick little conversation. Her nose in her mouth, doing this one. She does some crack and stuff. And she did come up to the outside.
And now she has Misty was smoking crack when she gave the defendant the orgeal. And what is going on here is when the defendant is lying and telling a story to cover something up that she did.
Objection, Your Honor, at this point in time, this is opening statements. Mr. Dean has the right to say what he expects the evidence to show, not his interpretation of it. So.
Sustained. Mr. Dean, I'm going to ask you to move forward.
The evidence will show that she added this detail to suggest a faulty memory on Misty's part. To suggest that, you know, maybe this will help explain why Misty is telling them she hadn't seen me. And it is nothing to her to just accuse Missy of having smoked crack during this meeting that didn't happen. But in any case, a few minutes later, she finally admits that she didn't see Missy.
She's got to understand that she doesn't have to be 100% truthful. 100%. That's the only way that we're going to get the outcome. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Because
if it was on, I would not do it.
so, did you do any work about tonight?
I did do it that
What
night.
did you do work about?
I found it in the car. It was one of the ones I lost. And I found it when I got back to the house.
So after insisting on the 5th that she met Misty at the Chevron for orgeal, and after insisting on the 8th that that was the truth, and after insisting even at the outset of this interview that it was true, she finally admits that it wasn't true and massages the inconsistency by saying, you know, I didn't speak to her, but I did go there with the intent of seeing her. And she adds a detail that hasn't been included in any of her stories to date. Oh, and by the way, yeah, you've asked me if I threw any trash away there. Yeah, I did throw some trash away. She has a story for what that trash was. The evidence will show she did not want to admit that it was Quentin's body. So she describes this trash that she threw away as stinky shrimp pasta that had been sitting in the car in a trash bag and smelling up the car.
Again, it's just another kind of trash that I've been in the trash and standing for the state trash out a few days ago and there's full of food all in my car. So I want to pull around and see my gas talking to people in the trash. There's pork, like shrimp pasta. Shrimp pasta? Yeah. The whole car smelled like shrimp. Yeah, that was right down in there. So, what is that smell? I felt like before I even left to go to 204. You know? I go to the floor and I'm like, get out of the car.
And they ask her about this. Gosh, you know, this is the most critical fact in the case. Throwing Quentin's body in the dumpster at Azalea, what she was doing at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza at 1:17 in the morning or so. And her explanation for that is, you know, it's just such a minor thing, throwing away some trash, that I didn't think to mention it in my hours of previous interviews.
I don't stop, it was the only stop that I didn't think anything of, to be honest. It's just, oh, food, for the car, see what I'm doing with it out.
He does not want to talk about what was in that trash bag. They also revisit the drug use, and you'll remember the strong denials on October 5th, which are repeated on October 8th. Well, in this October 12th interview, she admits finally that, you know, I did take a Percocet that night.
And you had a Percocet in conjunction with smoking?
Yes, that's what I took it as soon as I got home. When I started to put my cigarette.
And about what time would you have done that?
By the time I got home, I took it like 11 something or whatever.
And so Snyder asked her about her changing story. You know, you've been adamant that you met Misty for Oragel, and now you're finally admitting to us, oh, you know, I actually didn't speak to her. You've initially, over the course of 2 interviews, maybe more, didn't mention throwing trash away. And now you've got a very detailed account about doing that and what it was. And you, on the 5th, were adamant that you hadn't used any drugs other than marijuana. And now you're telling us that you did take a Percocet too. What's going on? Why is the story changing? And her explanation for that is, oh, well, my faulty memory might have something to do with all the cocaine I was doing that night, which is a drug that had totally been absent from all of her prior accounts and fits much more with the $80 Cash App than the story about paying off the drug front. And so she is explaining her inconsistent stories by adding another inconsistency, which is an admission to cocaine use.
You requested a short break, and that makes sense. Let's take a 10-minute break and resume with the opening statement. Mr. Dean, again, I'm going to ask you not to talk about the case, don't do any research about the case, avoid conversations about the case. The time now is about 11:29. Let's aim to be back here at 11:40. Okay, we're in recess.
State Hall Sally Sims. Before you have a seat, if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, have a seat, and please introduce yourself to the jury.
I am Sally Sims. I've been county coroner since 2020.
And Ms. Sims, before you were the county coroner, what was your job?
I was a deputy coroner for Forsyth County and deputy coroner for Earl Darby, our Cherokee County coroner.
In 2018, what was your job?
I was deputy coroner for Earl Darby.
Ms. Sims, without telling us your address, what road did you live on at the time in 2018?
Literally less a half a mile from the house.
From the Purcell Lane house that we're
Correct.
talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And so can you tell the jury about how you were called out to 2155 Purcell Lane on July 5th, 2018?
I was dispatched by our internal call system back then, before we went through dispatch, and I was told that a decedent had been found in the fire pit. So I got dressed and got my vehicle and put the address in, and it was just down the street. So I was there and met detectives.
About what time did you arrive to the house on the 5th? And if you have to refer to a report, you're more than welcome to.
I believe I was dispatched at 13:15, so it would have been probably about 13:30, I believe.
So about, is that 1:30 p.m.?
Yes.
And what did you see when you arrived at Purcell Lane?
I met detectives down the driveway, and we walked down into the backyard, and there was a burn pit, very large burn pit back there. And I stepped around Detective Kuykendall and saw the remains.
Ms. Sims, I put up State's Exhibit S. Ferris 11. Is that the property of Purcell Lane, 2155? Purcell Lane?
Yes, ma'am.
Scoot it just a little bit and pull the mic in front of you.
So when you arrived, so the driveway is over here,
Yes.
right? And then there was another driveway up to the barn. Where did you pull your vehicle in?
Just at the top of the driveway.
And which way did you go around to get to the burn pile?
Around the left side of the house.
So if you're parked in the driveway, you walked around the left side? I guess this would be the left side.
Yes, as you're facing the house, I went to the left.
Okay. So by the chicken, did you pass the chicken coop when you walked through there?
I don't remember seeing a chicken coop. I was looking down.
Sure. So when you arrived at the burn pile, what did you see?
When I looked around the detective, I saw it was still smoldering, and I could see a partial skull, partial mandible, a femur. I think that was it.
What was going on through your mind when you saw those remains?
Immediately, I backed away, following my own footsteps backwards, that this was not a decedent that had fallen in the pit that day.
Was that the information that you were provided prior to arriving?
No.
Okay. What was the information you had when you arrived?
Can I look at my notes?
Yes, ma'am. If that helps refresh your memory.
It was that son had found his father in the burn pit.
Okay, that was the only information you had.
Correct.
But at that point, when you saw the burn pile, you had no idea how long the body had been on that fire. Okay. So, what were your duties on scene that day?
I need to secure those remains as evidence.
And how did everyone go about doing that?
We actually backed out of the scene, went back up to the top of the driveway, and they obtained search warrants.
When a coroner or a deputy coroner is called out to a scene, what is your duty? What is your goal? What is your role on scene, generally?
I secure a decedent, and then I talk to the family about history, what happened, how they had been feeling days before. I make the determination of whether they need an autopsy or that they can go to a funeral home. I make decisions on whether I need to subpoena medical records.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak with the family members on scene personally?
Not initially, no.
Okay. At any point, did you
Yes.
speak with family members? Around, when was that? The next day, the same night, or a week later?
It was a couple of days after to a week later. I spoke with Ms. Farris on the phone.
Okay. The defendant?
Correct.
So what was determined, based upon the state of the remains on scene, what decisions were made that assisted you in securing the remains?
Initially, when I saw what I was dealing with, I initially thought we should probably get the anthropologist out, and I had been down at GBI, I guess a couple of months before, and had listened to her speak.
Her being Dr. Gooding?
Dr. Gooding, yes.
If you could, the microphone's perfect, but if you could speak up just a little bit.
Yes.
Thank you. So did she eventually arrive on scene?
Yes.
And did you assist her in securing the remains?
Yes.
And did you follow sort of her lead on that when it comes to process and procedure?
Yes.
At any point, did you see a projectile in that burn pile?
Yes.
Can you describe that to the jury, please?
As Dr. Gooding was handing me the remains, I was putting them on a gurney that had a sheet and our body bag down there to secure them, and she handed me an object, and I looked at it, and I looked at the other detective, and I said, "Is this what I think it is?" And he photographed it. I believe it was around dusk by then, and he photographed it, and we both looked at it very closely, and he said, "Go get Captain Pinion." And I did.
And what happened after that?
Captain Pinion came down, took a look at it. Everything from my point of view, Dr. Gooding and I were still continuing to do our job.
You just let the authorities know and continue to work?
Absolutely, they secured the projectile, yes.
Around what time or how many hours were you on scene that evening? Do you remember?
I think I began around 1 o'clock or 1:30, and I think it may have been like 12 midnight, I think.
Once the remains were secured, what did you do next?
We took them back to the morgue, secured them in the morgue. I called GBI and told them what we had, and they accepted the case, and I think they were transported by another deputy coroner. I think it was the next morning.
How does that assist with your role? Once you're off the scene and the remains are secured, what is the next step in your role as the deputy coroner?
I report to GBI. I start subpoenaing all medical records that I can. I talk to the detectives and see what else they need. And once I start getting medical records, I go through those and see what else we need to obtain. And generally, I talk to the families.
Tell the jury about your conversation with the defendant that you mentioned earlier.
She would call, it was either on Tuesdays or Wednesdays every week, just to see how the case was going, to see if I had any updates.
When was the next update that you were able to share with anyone in the family?
I actually didn't share any updates. I think I spoke to the daughter at one point. They were trying to obtain death certificates, which I could not complete until we had a full autopsy report from the medical examiner's office.
When did you obtain the autopsy report?
I believe Dr. Atkinson called me a couple of days later and described what he had found. And I didn't do the death certificate. I think it's for a couple of months, I think.
And why is that?
We were still obtaining evidence and information.
The phone call that you received from Dr. Atkinson, was that his formal report?
No. Mostly medical examiners will just give the coroners or a deputy coroner a report of what they found and what they were going to proceed with and how we were going to go about it.
When you were at the burn pile, did you take note of how hot the burn pile was on either side?
Yes.
And what were those findings?
It was the fire chief that did that. The heat was 230 degrees on the right side and 86 degrees on the left.
So did that prepare you for what measures to take when you were obtaining the remains out of the pile?
Correct.
And what did you have to do?
Well, Dr. Gooding got on scene and we had to grid it. And obviously the detectives helped her also with crime scene. So it was gridded and flagged. And we just had to be careful of the heat.
Of the heat. Now, you lived very close to this property. You noted some things that you had observed prior to and the days leading up to this. Can you tell the jury about what the weather was like the days prior to finding these remains?
So my house is kind of kitty corner across here, and usually I had 2 horses down the barn, and it was 4th of July, and the people behind us were always setting off fireworks, and I could smell burning. And I told my husband, can you just walk down to the barn and make sure there's no fireworks or anything, everything's good down at the barn. And I was standing outside in the driveway, and he came back up and said, I don't smell anything down there. And I thought to myself, it's coming from the left side, which I had never smelt anything from the left side. Usually it's from behind. So I was like, oh, somebody must be burning things over to the left, way left. And that night, I remember we had isolated like rain showers because I was happy. I didn't have to worry about the horses with the fireworks.
And that was on the 4th?
Yes.
And when you say the left side, what direction is that?
Let's see. That would be south, north. It's the north from the Forsyth County line.
Is that in the direction of the Purcell Lane property or a different
Correct.
direction?
No. In the direct, like 11 o'clock. If I'm standing my driveway, it's 11 o'clock, the Purcell house.
When you are called out to a scene and you have to gather information to determine how an individual passed, is that accurate?
Yes.
You receive a lot of information from, let's say it's an investigation. You receive information from the
Yes.
investigators to make that determination?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Sims, I want to talk to you about a little bit of your experience as a coroner. You deal with a lot of dead bodies.
Yes.
Okay. And have you dealt with individuals more than 250 pounds?
Absolutely.
Have you been able to maneuver those individuals on your own?
Yes.
How so?
I mean, we can put slide mattresses. You know, we have sliders that we can put them on. It depends whether you're moving somebody from a bed or whether you're moving them from a floor. You can put tarps under them to move them out from where you need to be. Obviously, in most cases, I do have the officers help me.
You do have help. But you have done it before on your own?
Yes.
Just 1 second, Your Honor. When you were around the property that evening, it had rained, you said, on the evening of the 4th.
Yes.
So you were out there the evening of the 5th.
Yes.
Did you notice anything on the property, any tracks or any marks or anything like that on the Purcell Lane property?
Yes.
What did you notice?
There was a Kubota in the backyard, and there was track marks from the Kubota.
Was it like a tire mark?
Yes.
Okay. And did you point it out to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ray.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sims. My name's Michael Ray. I represent Ms. Farris. First off, I want to show you what's already been admitted because you were talking north and south, so I wasn't quite sure, okay?
Absolutely.
So, what was previously admitted as Aerial 2.
Is there 372? Does it show Highway 372?
Okay, you see Aerial 2 here? Can you see it on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Because you were talking about you spelled something. Where are you at? On the 4th?
In my driveway.
I know. Where is that? None of us know.
Well, it's off of 372.
Off of 372?
Highway.
Okay. In this photograph, can I see your house?
I don't see my house.
Okay. So it's none of these houses here, right? Let me make it easy for you. This is Hickory Hill Road.
I am not on Hickory Hill Road.
This is Hickory Hill Court. Not you,
No.
right? All right. This is Purcell Lane. That's not you.
Correct.
Okay. And in this entire photograph, I can't see your house.
You are correct.
Okay. But you're saying you live close enough to the Farrises that you can smell burning.
Correct.
Okay. How far do you live away from 2155 Purcell Lane?
I'm on the left. I'm off of 372.
So you're north up on like Birmingham Highway?
South on 372.
Okay. So,
When you come out of Purcell Lane, go left.
okay. Like, is that a mile away?
About a half a mile.
About a half a mile away. Okay. And you're standing in your driveway, and you can smell something, and you're sitting here telling this jury that you think it was coming from Purcell Lane, a half a mile away. Can you even see their house?
Cannot see it, no.
Okay. So you're just looking through the trees being like, that must be 2155 Purcell Lane burning something.
No, I can smell it from that direction.
Okay. Did you know when you went out there that now you've not only there's the coroner, but you've also made yourself a witness in the case?
Correct.
Did you notify anyone of that?
The detectives?
Okay. Do you think they put any of that in any of their reports?
I wouldn't know. I haven't seen their report.
Okay. I think we'll be asking them about that later. Didn't you think that it would be important if, hey, I may be a witness in this case? Maybe I should let the elected coroner know?
Earl Darby, coroner, was notified.
Okay. Is that in your report?
No.
Don't you think it would have been prudent at that point in time, since you may also be an eyewitness, that another deputy coroner should have been out at the scene?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Since now you may be a potential eyewitness in the case when you get there, that possibly another coroner should be there who is more independent.
Another deputy coroner was there.
Who was that?
Blaine Ross.
Was he working in the fire removing the remains with you?
He was.
Who was in charge of Mr. Ross? You, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, you arrived at 1:30, right?
Yes.
Or 13:30, I think is what your report says.
Yes.
Now, you just stated on direct examination that Dr. Gooding handed you remains.
Yes.
You took those remains and were looking at them, right?
Yes.
And you observed what you believe to be a projectile.
Yes.
Okay. Are you the first person who saw the projectile? As far as you know.
Besides Dr. Gooding, yes.
Okay, so Dr. Gooding saw it first.
She handed it to me, yes.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is she handing you remains and just being like, there are more remains coming, or, hey, this is extremely important, there is a projectile in this remain?
No, she was handing me remains.
Okay, so you don't know if she saw a projectile in the remains?
Correct.
Okay. Who was you testified that there was a detective there with you when you saw the projectile. Do you recall who that was?
Call him OJ.
Is it
Detective
like
Olin?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
It starts with an O and it's
Yes.
last name unpronounceable. Okay, it's him?
Yes.
All right. Do you know a Detective Westbrook?
Yes.
Okay. Detective Westbrook previously testified that he's the one that found the projectile. That wouldn't be correct, would it?
I was handed by Dr. Gooding, so if he was in the grid with her and Detective Shaw, then yes, he would have seen it.
How far apart is Gooding from you when she hands it to you?
Several steps.
Several, okay. More than 10 feet?
No.
Okay. So relatively close, right?
Yes.
All right. Can she actually hand you the remainder, or does she have to like pick it up, walk it to you, and then hand it to you? Or can she just pick it up and hand it to you?
No, I think she walked to me.
Okay. Few paces?
Yes.
Okay. Now, once you had all of the remains back, you stated that you took those to your office.
We did, yes.
Okay. And where they were secured at that point in time?
Yes.
And then it was the following day on July the 6th where they were transported to the crime lab, correct?
I believe it was, the day after.
Now, you we're talking to Ms. Frankish on direct that you had a phone call with the, was it Dr. Anderson, the forensic pathologist?
Dr. Atkinson?
Atkinson. So when did he call
It was days later,
you? Days later?
a day or two later.
Okay. And in that conversation, and I don't want to get too much into it, he's going to testify on his own. Did he just say, hey, I'm going to label this as a homicide?
No, we talked about what he had found.
Okay, just his findings.
Correct.
To your knowledge, had he made any conclusions at that point in time?
No, he had not.
Okay. Because as the coroner now, then deputy coroner, when you have a case like this and the medical examiner is going to issue his findings, right?
Yes.
Cause and manner of death.
Yes.
Right? Is that finding in that autopsy, is it sent to you so you're notified of it?
Yes.
Okay. So you would have received it in this case too, right?
Correct.
And you received that sometime around the beginning, or I'm sorry, around June 12th of 2019.
Yes.
Okay. So almost an entire year later, right?
I would have to go back and look.
Okay. How common is it? How long does it normally take? And granted, it's gonna change depending on the case. How often does it take you to get an autopsy back?
It takes several months, sometimes up to 6 months.
Sometimes. So this one's a little unusual, right?
Correct.
That it took. I'm saying you don't know, but I'm saying it took around 11, almost 12 months. That would be unusual.
Not necessarily.
Well, you just said it generally takes 6 months.
Generally.
Generally.
There are some cases where we have to send off DNA, and it can take up to a year or two.
Okay. Do you know in this case if they sent off any DNA?
I do not know at this time.
Okay, that's fine. But the normal amount of time, according to your testimony, would be about 6 months.
Correct.
Now, you also stated on direct that you waited several months to issue the death certificate. Now, was that after you received the autopsy report?
I would have to go back and look at the death certificate to see when it was issued.
Okay.
Because generally we get a report from GBI, and that can take months, and then I can issue a death certificate.
Oh, correct. What I'm asking is let's just say it took 11 months to get back the autopsy report.
Yes.
After you received that report, do you normally immediately do the death certificate?
I do.
Okay. But in this case, you said you waited several months.
There was an issue between the funeral home and the family. They had picked one funeral home, and then they had changed their mind. And the Roswell Funeral Home had issued it in a system called Gavers, which we do computerized, and they couldn't take it out, so I couldn't do it.
Okay, so it didn't have anything to do with the case that it took you so long to issue the death certificate. It was something outside of your hands.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get to the bottom to. Also, going back to the smell that you were talking about, you stated that was on the 4th of July.
Yes.
Let's talk about. You were talking about you saw track marks in the backyard.
Yes.
Well, were those back here? Because that's the way you went in. For the top of what is this? S. Ferris 11. Back here.
Yes, as you're facing the house, if you go around the left side, then it's the pile, the burned, smoldering pile was right here, and the Kubota was like towards the front of it.
Towards the front of it. Okay, so
in front of the back of the house.
Say that again.
The back of the house is right here, and the Kubota was right here, and the pile is right on the other side.
Do you know who the lead detective was, crime scene technician on this case?
Crime scene was Detective Shaw, I believe.
So obviously you would have pointed that out to Detective Shaw, right? Or one of the other technicians?
I was talking to Captain Hands at the time we were talking.
Captain Hands at the time? Okay. Who was he? What was he doing?
He was the captain for CID on scene.
Okay. You also talked about with Ms. Frankish about that you could move, or you have moved somebody approximately 250 pounds by yourself?
Correct.
But that is using straps and tarps and things such as that?
Correct.
Okay. So basically using other implementations?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I'm assuming if you put, have you ever had to drag somebody through the woods like that? Using straps or tarps or anything?
We have had to retrieve somebody
Yeah. And I'm
from the
assuming
woods. And,
you could see your drag marks where you were pulling the remains?
well, we put him on a gator.
Oh, okay.
The one I was thinking.
All right. So you could probably see tire tracks then, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I got, Judge.
I have no redirect, Judge.
All right, you can step down, Ms. Sims.
Thank you. Thank you.
State's next witness is Elena Honea.
Used to be coffee.
Right, formerly Elena Honea. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court
Will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, please have a seat. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
Special Agent Elena Honey, ELAINA HONEA.
Thank you, ma'am. And was your former last name Coffee?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Can you please tell the jury where you're currently employed?
Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been with the GBI?
About 12 and a half years.
What is your job?
I'm currently a crime scene specialist and have been for the last 11 years.
What does that mean?
As a crime scene specialist, we specialize in actually processing the crime scene, collecting evidence, and processing items for DNA or latent fingerprints.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your education and background to get to where you are?
Yes, I have a bachelor's and master's degree in criminal justice. Then when I was employed with the GBI, once I became a crime scene specialist, I've taken several hundred hours in crime scene specialized training, to include 400 hours from the National Forensics Academy, which is commonly referred to as the Body Farm in Knoxville, Tennessee. It's in Oak Ridge, Tennessee.
And do you have to continue training in this area that you work in?
Yes.
How many hours would you say a year do you do continuing education?
Probably at least, on a slow year, 40 hours is minimum, but usually it's several weeks of training, which average 40 hours of training a week.
Have you been an instructor for training?
Yes, I have.
Like what kind of training?
I teach an advanced crime scene processing class to numerous local agencies. In addition to that, I have taught basic bloodstain pattern analysis for the National Forensics Academy.
And have you, you've trained in, you mentioned bloodstain pattern analysis. What is that? Can you describe that for the jurors?
That is it's the basic course. You're identifying what types of bloodstains there are, as far as whether it's a drip stain or just identifying what type of bloodstain it is. In addition to that, you may be able to determine if it's an impact stain. You may be able to determine a point of impact, where somebody was when they were hit, that created a blood stain.
And you have another focus in shooting incident reconstruction?
Yes.
And how much training have you had in that?
A lot. I've had a couple hundred hours, I believe, in shooting reconstruction.
Okay. Have you ever testified as an expert in criminal trials?
Yes, I have.
About how many times would you say?
I believe around 18, give or take a couple.
Okay. At this time, the state moves to admit Ms. Hone as an expert in crime scene processing to include bloodstain pattern analysis.
As for those of you, I don't have
All
much.
right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, witness is tendered as an expert. An expert witness is someone who has experience and training over and above that of a normal layperson, and therefore they are allowed to testify as to their opinion based upon that expertise. All right, go ahead.
And Judge, at this time, I would move to admit her curriculum vitae as well as states, I guess it would be Hone Exhibit 1A.
All right, any objection? No. All right, submit.
Okay. Am I saying that properly, Ms. Hone?
Honey.
Honey.
Yes.
Okay. You're all saying it wrong. Okay. Did you have the opportunity to get called out to 2155 Purcell Lane on July 7th, 2018?
Yes, I was.
For what purpose?
I was requested to assist with a blue star analysis, which is a chemical that reacts with the presence of blood.
Who did you meet once you arrived on scene?
It was crime scene investigator Daryl Clark.
Okay. And can you tell the jury, you mentioned Blue Star, can you tell the jury a little bit about Blue Star and how that works?
Blue Star, a lot of people have heard of luminol. Blue Star is another chemical very similar to luminol. The purpose of it is to locate blood that is not visible. We have multiple types of chemicals that we can use. If we see blood, we can enhance it. If we don't see blood, we'll use Blue Star or luminol to search for blood.
And does Blue Star have does it react to anything else?
Yes, there are false positives, usually a cleaning solution, and I'm sure there's a list of false positives that it could react with.
When it reacts to those other materials, does it react the same way that it does to blood?
It reacts similarly. Usually when you see it, it looks more crystallized. I don't really know how to explain it without actually physically showing you, but it does react with metals as well. So when you see it on a metal surface, it lights up very quickly and then dissipates, as opposed to when it reacts with blood, it stays luminescent for a few seconds longer than when it reacts as a false positive.
Did you have the opportunity to photograph what you did at 2155 Purcell Lane that day?
Yes, I did.
And at this time, the state would move to tender into evidence copy 1 through 22.
Okay.
If you could please look at your screen for me, and we'll walk through this with the jury. We're looking at coffee 1. Is this one of the photos that you took at 2155 Purcell Lane?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of the dining room.
And we'll go ahead and move to coffee 2. Is that the same area?
Yes. So the other thing to mention with Blue Star and luminol, it has to be very, very dark in order to see the luminescence of the chemical. So when I'm taking pictures, some of the pictures are going to be brighter than others, so I'll take multiple pictures of the same area if I see luminescence there and maybe the photograph that I took is not fully showing what I'm seeing. So this is just another picture of the same area, the dining room table.
Are you sort of testing your lighting there?
Yes.
And when you have the photo in front of you after you've taken it, can you also adjust the settings of that photo to see the luminescence better?
You can on the computer. I'm sure you can on my camera, but I don't.
On the computer?
Yeah.
Is what I meant to say.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, now I'm going to show you coffee 3. Is that same area, different lighting?
Yes.
Okay. Coffee 4, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit on this so you can describe what we're looking at here.
So this is the same area. This is where I actually have the blue star present, and you can see that it's luminescing. If you look at the 2 candle holders, they're bright blue towards the top. It's luminescing with the metal as a false positive, but I try to photograph with light and the luminescence by keeping my shutter open so that you can see the specific area in the room that I'm photographing, but also showing luminescence. So you see the luminescence on here, and if you go back to the picture before, the candle holders aren't going to be blue like they are in this picture. You see that they're more of like a bronze goldish color, but then if you go ahead, that's where I sprayed the blue star. I was searching for blood. I got a false positive on the metal.
How did you know this was a false positive?
Just because it, again, when it luminesces, it shows up immediately and then dissipates, and then also it only showed up in the areas that that metal was there. So it indicated that it was likely a false positive, not consistent with a blood luminescence.
So you mentioned that you have to be fairly quick to catch the reaction when it's a false positive. You keep your camera, you kind of were talking about how you did that. Can you describe that a little bit?
So I leave my shutter open. I use a remote. I open my shutter. I put it on what's called bulb, and that's where the shutter stays open as long as I want it to. And this is how you may see pictures that if you're taking a photograph of a car moving and you leave your shutter open, you're going to see the car as a streak going across the screen because your shutter's open and it's not actually like capturing the image because the image is moving. So that's what I'm doing, but my focus is of a still object. So I'm leaving my shutter open so that it will capture whatever's lighting up in that photograph, which is the luminescence of the candle holders. And then I'll hit my flash to light up the scene a little bit just so you can see where we're located in the crime scene. And then I'll close my shutter with my remote, and I have this image that shows the luminescence from the blue star, and it has lit up the scene as well.
To coffee 5. And what are we looking at here?
This is also in the dining room. This rug was underneath the dining room table, if I remember correctly. And this is the basement door that goes down to the basement. So this is just an image of the dining room floor before I've sprayed Blue Star.
So how did you know where to spray it? Did you spray it all over the house? Were certain areas pointed out to you? Describe that for the
I believe certain areas were pointed out to me, if I remember correctly. What I did was I made the Blue Star, I mixed up the Blue Star, and then I did just a cursory spray to see if I got anything in the general areas that they mentioned. And once I found the spot, that's when I set up my camera to obtain photographs.
And did you only photograph what luminesced?
Yes.
The areas that luminesced?
Yes.
So if we're not looking at photos, so we're not looking at places that did not luminesce?
That's correct.
Okay. But you did spray other places where it did not luminesce?
That's correct.
At 2155 for selling. Okay, so this is coffee 5. I'm moving to coffee 6. If you could zoom in a little bit, explain to the jury what we're looking at now.
So it's hard to see up there, but you can actually, can I stand up?
Of course, if that's okay with the court.
If you see right here where the rug was, you can actually see some spots that are luminescing consistent with blood. It's hard to see with the lighting, but right above the little hand, you can actually see where the area is luminesced on the rug.
And so there are, oh, that would be a very good. Thank you, ma'am.
I told y'all to try to play with the settings on the.
We have other photos, Judge. I'm going to try to zoom in. You can kind of see. Is that a place where it's luminesced up
Yes.
here where the cursor is?
Yes, there's just what looks to be just a couple drops towards the top, but then the slightly larger spot on the rug right there, where the cursor is.
I'm gonna mess with it over here. Let me see if I can get it. My monitor looks completely different.
Okay. And is this also an area that luminesced, this tiny spot over here where the cursor is?
Yes.
Okay. And this was the stairs down to the basement?
That's correct.
And the dining room rug?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to continue. Okay. And moving from coffee 6 to coffee 7.
Excuse me. So this is a little bit farther over. If you're facing the basement, it would be to the left. You still can see the rug. You can still see where the basement door is. This is a little bit farther in towards the kitchen area. If you look to the left of that wall, that is actually walking into the kitchen, if I remember correctly. So this is just, again, I'm working with photographing areas that I saw that luminesced before I actually get a good picture of it luminescing.
So I'm going from coffee 7 to coffee 8. We'll zoom in here a little bit.
So this is that same area on the floor, and it's difficult to see up there, I think, but there are...
We'll talk through it.
Okay. It's luminescing, consistent with blood, and it's in some linear curved marks, consistent. It looks like maybe it was wiped up or cleaned up. It's not consistent with liquid blood and how blood disperses onto an object. It's more linear, like it was wiped through or wiped up. And if you look at the previous photograph, you're not seeing the blood visually, which indicates that it was cleaned. You're just seeing the streaks of blood that were cleaned up or wiped up.
And if someone were to have cleaned that with some sort of bleach or anything like that, would the Blue Star have reacted to that cleaning solution?
Yes, it would.
And would you have caught that in the same photo?
Yes.
So what's luminescing here is consistent with cleaning up.
It's consistent with cleaning up. What I can't say without a DNA test of this area is it cleaned up because there was bleach placed on it and it was streaked across like that, or was it cleaned up because it was blood streaked across? All I can say is that luminescence is consistent with blood and it appears to have been cleaned up. It's got streaks through it that are consistent with being wiped up.
All right. So I'm going from, this is 8, and then, hang on one second, I'm seeing if this changed. Because we did have well, I guess we don't need 8.1. Okay, I'm showing you coffee 9. I'll go to 9 first. What are we looking at here?
This is the same area. This is a little bit farther. I believe it's a little higher up, closer towards that wall than the previous photograph, but some of them you can still see the streaks, but you can also see what appears to be like drips. They're more circular in nature over to the side.
Over here?
Yes.
Now, can you describe when the blood is on top of something textured, like wood or carpet, what does that do to the solution, to the blood?
When it's mixed with Blue Star, or just in general?
In general.
So anytime it's on a textured surface, like let's say you drip blood directly down, you're going to have a circular blood drop on the floor if there's no movement or anything like that. When it's on something textured, it then becomes a little staggered. It doesn't look perfectly round. It's irregular in shape. So you may not be able to determine what degree the drop was dripped onto the floor, especially if it's 90 degrees or close. There could be movement, there could not be. It's not something that you can definitively determine.
And then what happens when you put Blue Star on them?
Blue Star is a liquid, so if you have blood present and you spray Blue Star, you have potential to manipulate the shape of the blood stain, because you're introducing a liquid to a previous liquid, even if it was previously dry.
Moving from 9 to 9.1, where we had adjusted the lighting on that. Looks a little different on the screen up there, but
Yeah.
And that is next to the area that appeared consistent with cleaning swipes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Moving from 9.1 to coffee 10. So what are we looking at here? And I'll start up here. Just
So
zoom in.
this is a photograph from the basement. I'm towards the bottom of the stairs, photographing up. So that door at the top of the photograph goes into that dining room area. So we're on the other side of the door now. And on the, second step down, we had an area that luminesced consistent with blood.
And then, is that
Yes.
at the bottom? Also
So that bottom stair in this photograph and the next one up also had areas consistent with blood that luminesced.
I'm going to show you, that's this 10.1 where the light was adjusted, but it appears we don't need that anymore. And then I'm showing you coffee 11. So I'm going to start up here towards the top of the stairs.
So this is standing at the door, looking down the stairs. So we're still at that door in the dining room area. Again, you can see that second step down, that one blood drop, or that one area that luminesced consistent with blood is the one that you saw from the bottom of the stairs looking up. And then the step below that one has a few more stains that luminesce consistent with blood.
I'm going to move to mid towards the end of the stairwell.
Yes, and then you've got one towards, I guess it's several steps up, you've got a little bit of suspected blood, and then the bottom step has an area a little bit larger than some of the other areas that we've been looking at.
Okay. And then this is 11.1, lightened up a little bit. It's those same areas.
Correct.
And did you continue to do Blue Star down in the basement at the bottom of the stairs?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is this a photo of that area?
Yes.
And I was showing coffee 12. Now I'm moving to coffee 13. What are we looking at here?
I'm not sure these are my photos.
This is coming down the stairs into the basement. Does that... Here, let me show you your photos. Coffee 16?
Yes.
Okay. Is this
So-
a photo you took?
Yes. So this wall that you're looking at, if you look to the right of it, that's going back towards the stairs. Luminous, consistent with blood.
I want to focus on these areas. Are you able to tell directionality or anything of that sort from these areas?
No, not from these stains, none at all.
Okay. And how come?
Again, mixing the Blue Star, which is a liquid, it's going to potentially alter what the actual stain looks like. And I don't recall being able to see these stains ahead of time, so they may have been cleaned up prior to me examining them.
You could not see them without the blue star.
Correct. If I remember correctly, I could not see them without the blue star.
This is 16.1, where we just brightened it up a little bit. And this is coffee 17. Do you remember where this was?
I believe this is the stain that you saw in the previous photograph over towards the right, going back towards the stairs, I think.
Okay. Okay, if I could just have 1 moment. That's all I have for you. Thank you.
All right, that's right.
Afternoon, Agent. My name is Michael Ray. I represent Ms. Farris. Who called you to come out?
I believe it was the crime scene investigator, Daryl Clark, Daryl Clark, crime scene investigator at the time.
Okay. Because
Well, I think my supervisor called me, letting me know that they were requesting crime scene, and then I contacted him for information.
Okay.
Turn the lights back up. Okay, you're gonna use them some more.
Because you actually get out there. It's actually Saturday at 7, correct?
Correct.
They said leave them down.
So they had already been out there for 2 days now.
I have no idea when the initial call came in.
Okay. All right. Do you know why they called you out?
I don't recall the specifics. I don't remember if they didn't have Blue Star or they had run out of Blue Star. I don't recall the specifics. They just reached out to us to spray Blue Star.
Okay, just specifically to do Blue Star?
Yes.
Okay, because there has been prior testimony by other crime scene technicians of things that they had Blue Starred.
Okay.
Tractors, RTVs.
Yes, I didn't do any of that. It was just the residents is all they requested.
Did they ever have you, because I don't see it in any of the photographs, did they ever tell you about a suspected blood droplet by the front door?
No.
You were never directed to that area to see if that was blood?
No.
Okay. Who pointed out the areas to you?
I would assume Daryl Clark, but I could not be specific. I don't remember definitively who pointed it out.
Do you recall who was out there while you were
There
doing
were-
your testing?
There were a couple, whoever the lead investigator was, I believe he was out there.
That guy?
Maybe. It was a long time ago. I don't remember specifically.
But there were other investigators out there?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I want to show you, I think it was coffee number 6. Start there. That is, you're saying right there around that hand there that's a possible blood drop on the carpet.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. Now you're just there to do this, right?
Yes, I am there to identify areas that luminesce. I did not swab any blood. I did not submit anything. I did not have anything to do with this investigation.
You were spraying
except
Blue
to
Star?
spray Blue Star.
And that's it?
That's it.
Okay. Let me ask you, we'll come back to that in just a second. With your Blue Star, I know it comes in tablets, correct?
Yes.
Then you mix those with a solution or with a liquid?
Distilled water.
Okay, so you mix the tablets in the distilled water. What do you mix it in?
It's a spray bottle, and we buy new spray bottles specifically to mix the Blue Star every time we use them.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. So you buy a brand new spray bottle.
Yes.
So like the spray bottle you use here, it's no good anymore.
We don't use it again, no. We throw it away because the granules, as the distilled water, the Blue Star mixture settles, the granules get stuck in the straw at the bottom that goes up through the spray bottle, so it's no good after a day.
Okay.
So we don't reuse it.
Okay. Would you also agree with me that if, for example, let's say you did reuse a bottle, that if you ever used it for something else, it could give false positives? Like you started mixing regular water in, or any other chemical?
I don't know. I've never done it.
Okay. What do you know, or do you learn through your testing that what would happen with Blue Star if you mixed tap water with Blue Star to spray it?
I have just never done it. But they've always said use distilled water. That's all we use for any chemical processing of anything we do.
Because the Blue Star is actually reacting to iron, right?
I don't know. Possibly.
Okay.
I believe it is reacting to the amino acids in the blood.
Okay, to the amino acids in the blood. Okay. But you can't say definitively whether it's human blood or not.
Correct.
So
I can't even definitively say that it's blood. All I can say is that Luminesce is consistent with blood.
Okay.
Again, I didn't take any of the swabs. I didn't submit anything to the crime lab.
and, yeah, we'll come back to that. So basically, it's just something that might be blood.
Correct.
That gives you just an idea of a direction you might need to look.
It's a presumptive test.
Okay. Now, because you had talked with Ms. Frankish about false positives.
Correct.
Does Blue Star, does it have on the bottle, or do you learn through your training, it's like, hey, these things will cause false positives, so just keep an eye out for it?
It possibly on the package in the
From
instruction manual.
Because I think you had testified with Ms. Frankish that it reacts to bleach.
It can. I believe it can. I know luminol does. I've just always assumed Blue Star does too. It may not.
Okay.
I've never tested it on specifically bleach.
Let me find it real quick. Okay, here it was. Coffee 8. So you're saying that that's what's illuminated. It might actually just be bleach.
Correct, which is what I said.
Okay. That's why I was just trying to make sure that
it could be a cleaning solution. It could be blood. Again, like all the areas that luminesced, they may be blood. They may not be.
Okay. Have you ever gone on Blue Star's website?
Just to order Blue Star.
Okay. Have you ever looked at they have on their website a published report regarding false positive studies?
No, I have not read that.
Okay. Are you aware that certain household products, certain ones can cause false positives,
Mm-hmm.
right? Food products can cause false positive. Were you aware of that?
I've heard that, yes.
Also, other chemical compounds can cause false positives.
Okay.
And yeah, okay. But you are aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. So, when, for example, let's go back to the rug. Coffee sticks. Go back to the rug. So, I know that nobody asked you to swab anything or test anything or anything like that. But, so let's just say that you're on a crime scene up in our circuit.
Mm-hmm.
And that would probably be, Agent Hamby? Wouldn't he be one of the main investigators in that?
He's a supervisor now, but yes.
Okay. So let's say y'all are out at the scene. You got a presumptive blood drop on a carpet, right?
Yes.
Alrighty. In coffee 6. What are you doing with that?
I would then swab it for submission to the crime lab. I would then test it with another presumptive test like phenolphthalein. And if it came back positive with phenolphthalein, I would probably then do a animal versus human blood test kit, which is a hexagon OBTI test kit, to tell us on scene whether it's human or animal. But most importantly, it would be swabbed prior to any secondary testing.
Okay. And it might even be taken into evidence, right?
Oh, it definitely would be.
Okay. Definitely.
The swabs of suspected blood, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, how about why wouldn't you just take the whole rug?
If the one drop is there, probably just the swabs, or I would cut out a section of it. If there's significant blood on that rug, then yes, we would take the whole rug.
Okay. Let me show you coffee 10. Let's find a better one. Coffee 10.1. So we got presumptive blood here on the stairs too, right?
Correct.
Up at the top?
Yes.
So you would do the same thing with that?
Correct.
And you would have done the same thing with the coffee 16, for example?
Yes, any area that luminesced with Blue Star would have been swabbed.
Okay. Would have been swabbed, taken into evidence, and sent to the crime lab?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did anybody ask you to go do any Blue Star testing out in the barn?
No.
Did anybody ask you to go to the barn at all?
No.
All right, it's just this one specific spot.
Yes.
Okay. As an investigator, before I get into that, let me ask you about this. So I know this was the photograph when you were just getting your lights situated. All right, so coffee 1 here. But you didn't find any blood on this silk chair, either one of these silk chairs? No blood on the table?
No.
And then that one photograph. You know, I never realized that. I thought those things were just blue. But that's false positive from luminol because you had sprayed all of this in luminol.
Correct.
Okay. And yet again, none of this gave any indicators.
Correct.
Okay. Now, what's your actual title?
Crime scene specialist.
Crime scene specialist. So as a crime scene specialist, if this rug, for example, is in that house in 2019 with presumptive blood on it, that's probably bad crime scene investigation, right?
The following year?
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't necessarily say bad. I would say if swabs were obtained from the area, or at least a section was cut out, the whole rug is not necessarily considered evidence as long as you collect the evidence off of it. Circumstances, it just depends on the circumstances of the investigation.
Okay, but if it, let's say for example, it wasn't swabbed and it wasn't sent to the crime lab.
I'm not going to testify to whether it's bad or good.
But you would have done it, right?
Personally, yes.
Okay. You'd have, how about the carpet on the stairs? Would you? I know you would have swabbed it. It's a possibility
I probably
you would have cut it out.
I would have cut it out. Yes.
Okay. And yet again, you didn't go out to the barn. You weren't asked to.
No.
How about out in the garage with the Kubotas and the tractors and all that?
No.
Nobody asked you to test any of that?
No.
Regarding those presumptive blood droplets, you can't tell any type of directionality.
No.
That is because when you spray the Blue Star, it changes the shape of the droplet?
It could. It also, like I said, I don't recall it being visible when I first started spraying, so it's possible that when it was cleaned up, it altered the shape. There's any number of reasons why it could have. There could have been a towel on top that it bled through. There's various reasons why I wouldn't be able to, but the main thing is, yes, you're introducing a liquid to blood, which is also a former liquid, even if it's dry.
Right, and since you can't determine any type of directionality, you can't even definitively say that's a presumptive blood trail, right? Because you can't
Correct.
say it has a start or an end.
Correct.
Okay, it's just.
I don't know if it started in the basement and went to the living room. I don't know, or in the dining room. I don't know if it started in the dining room, went to the basement. I could not tell you.
You can't even say that they're actually connected. I mean, it could be just two different people.
Correct.
Two
Correct.
different things.
Yes.
Okay. Completely unrelated to each other.
Correct.
And lastly, and I think you've already answered it, but you cannot say that is the blood of Gary Farris, correct? In the upstairs.
Correct.
In fact, can't even say it's human blood at all.
Correct.
Okay. No further questions. No, hold on 1 second. You remind me. Just 1 second. I'm going to show you some photographs. They're not yours.
Okay.
Because you. Let's see. This was Thrasher 279. All right. Were you aware that in this case that there was a projectile found in the basement? Somebody notified you of that?
I don't remember if they did or not.
Okay.
I recalled it being a shooting, but
Okay.
a possible shooting, but no, I was not aware of.
All right. I want to pull up. Just give me 1 second. This also isn't your photograph, but is that how the basement looked when you went there? That is Thrasher 46?
If I remember correctly, yes.
Okay. All right. So your luminol testing was, and just follow the little mouse pointer, was kind of right here, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you luminol any of this, such as the chair, the ottoman, the couch?
I don't remember. If I did, I wouldn't have gotten any kind of luminescence, or I would have photographed it. So if I don't recall how much down there I sprayed.
Okay. Do you recall if you sprayed particularly right here in front of this chair and this rug?
I don't remember.
Okay.
If I had and it had luminesced, then I would have photographed it. So
Basically, the jury's got your word that if right here Blue Star had illuminesced, you would have taken a photograph of it.
if I sprayed there.
Okay.
If I sprayed there and it luminesced, I would have taken a photograph.
Okay. Well, I mean, surely, if law enforcement knew there was a projectile there on the floor, right? You can see it right here.
Yes, I can
zoom
see
in
it.
for you right there.
Yes.
So they knew there was so presumably they would have told you, hey, there was a projectile found here. We need to test here too, right?
I would think, yes. But
Okay.
like I said, I can't remember if anyone told me.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not they asked you to do any testing down the hallways in the basement, or was it strictly?
I believe it was from the dining room to the basement area. I don't remember how far into the basement that I went. I know I made it to that one wall, but I don't recall if I made it any farther.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
Redirect.
No redirect, Judge.
All right, you can sit down. All right, turn the lights back up and everybody stretch. Card next with us.
Judge, if we could take a very short break,
All right.
you know.
All right, we'll take a short break. Y'all step out.
Our police court, the state calls Aaron Norris. Ms. Norris, will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat if you would, and just real quickly state your full name for the record.
My name is Erin, E-R-I-N, Norris, N-O-R-R-I-S.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before she testifies, there's a matter the parties want me to bring up to you. And as they have indicated, they have worked together to try to streamline some of the evidence in the case, believe it or not. And I've entered into some stipulations. They want me to go over one of those with you currently. So the state and defense have entered into the following stipulations that have been approved by the court. The named victim in this case, the decedent whose remains were found the property of 2155 Purcell Lane, Alpharetta, Cherokee County, Georgia 30004 on July 5th, 2018, is Gary Wayne Farris, date of birth 06/27/1960. All the phone records collected throughout the investigation related to Gary Wayne Farris's death are authentic and shall be admissible at trial. All the Google records obtained through the investigation related to Gary Wayne Farris's death are authentic and shall be admissible at trial. All the records obtained for cell phone towers, AT&T and Verizon during the investigation into Gary Wayne Farris's death are authentic and shall be admissible at trial. All the digital evidence, including cell phone data obtained, extracted, searched, or analyzed during the investigation into Gary Wayne Farris's death is authentic. All the reports and the opinions therein from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Division of Forensic Sciences are authentic and shall be admissible at trial. And then I'm going to give you a charge on the laws of that. Where parties stipulate to testimony, document, or exhibits, that is in the nature of evidence. You may take that testimony as if it were given in court, and you may rely on it if you find it credible. However, either party may dispute such testimony by other evidence. You make all decisions in the case based on the evidence presented. All right, with that, Mr. Focus, you can proceed.
Thank you, Honor. Ms. Norris, where do you work?
I'm employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Division of Forensic Sciences, and it's more commonly referred to as the State Crime Lab.
And how long have you worked there?
I have worked there for 16 years.
What kind of education do you have?
I received a Bachelor of Science in Biology from the University of Georgia.
And when you started working with the GBI, did you have to take any tests or do anything to get on with them?
Yes, when I first was hired on, I went through an extensive training program for DNA analysis, which lasted about a year. And that entailed different training presentations and also practical written and oral examinations that I had to successfully complete throughout that training program. And then ultimately had to pass a competency examination that mimicked what casework would be like and get the correct result.
Have you ever testified as an expert before in the state of Georgia?
Yes, I have.
About how many times?
Probably about 60 times.
What's your area of expertise?
In DNA analysis and also serological screening.
At the State Crime Lab, are you a supervisor?
Yes, I am currently an assistant manager in the forensic biology department at our headquarters laboratory.
And do you assist and train other people in the area that you work in?
Yes, I do.
What all areas do you cover? What scientists do you lead?
So I do supervise about 2 laboratory technicians that assist with different operations around our section. And I supervise a few serologists. So those are people that are screening evidence for bodily fluids, such as blood, semen, and saliva. And I also supervise a few people that are specializing DNA analysis.
How many DNA tests do you think you've done or been part of through your career?
I've probably worked on at least 1,000 cases.
There's this time I tender Ms. Norris, an expert in DNA, and specifically analysis and the interpretation of it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I instructed you earlier, based upon her expertise, she has knowledge above that of a normal layperson, therefore can give her expert testimony and opinion based upon that experience. All right?
Ms. Norris, you know that you're going to actually go through a bunch of reports for us today, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So you volunteered to, we've agreed by stipulation to all the reports in this case, and what we're trying to do is use you to introduce a bunch of reports. Are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
All right, now, what I want to do is I'm going to actually tender in. It's going to be GBI DOFS. So the GBI DOFS 1, 2, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, and that will be for Ms. Norris. It's 1, 2, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11. Then I'm also going to tender to Ed this time GBI DOFS report 3, which is the 5ers, and 4 is the arson. And then I'll just have her. I'm going to actually have you do 2 for us at the end that you're not involved in at all, but we've agreed to them, okay?
Okay.
So this time, Judge, I tender in 1, 2, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 3, and 4 of the GBI DOFS reports. All right. Ms. Norris, just kind of briefly tell the jury when a test comes in and when you're testing something, for example, here blood or something like that, just kind of give us a tutorial real quickly of what the GBI does to test for DNA.
So when the evidence comes in, we're going to review any case file information that is submitted with that evidence. So that will include a submission form, which will tell us what's being submitted, as well as an incident report, which gives us a brief synopsis of what the case is so that we can better determine what type of testing to complete on each item that's being submitted. So in the biology section, the first step that we would look at is screening the evidence for bodily fluids, potentially screening for blood, semen, or saliva, depending on the case circumstances. And then if we indicate a positive result in that serological screening, then that sample would move forward for DNA analysis, where we would test the evidence to try to obtain a DNA profile from it, and then compare that DNA profile back to a DNA profile from any known individuals that were related to the case.
So basically, first to see if it's blood, human blood to test, and then if it is human blood, pass it on to do the ultimate DNA testing.
Sometimes we're testing specifically for human blood and sometimes just for blood in general. But yes, we would test for blood first and then send it on to DNA analysis.
And does the GBI test every request that law enforcement asks them to do?
No, we do not. So because of limited resources, sometimes we do have to choose samples that we feel like will help answer any case questions that are needed.
You ever been part of any conversations with law enforcement explaining why you won't test certain things?
Yes.
Is that common?
It's not uncommon.
And is that getting back to law enforcement sometimes will request to test lots of things, but ultimately what you test is what the crime lab decides to test?
Ultimately, yes, we do try to pick the items of evidence that we feel like will give the best answers to any case questions. And that may also come down to what we expect we may be able to get good results from or not.
And how many people in your area test for DNA? How many employees or scientists there that do that?
I believe we have approximately 15 DNA analysts currently at the headquarters laboratory.
And how many requests do you get a year to test?
I don't know, but we are getting in hundreds per month. So.
Do you know how many y'all are clearing a year?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Is it a lot?
It is, yes, it's a number of cases, yes.
When the test comes in, when it comes to the chain of custody, make sure everything's done right, does the GBI have certain professional credentials or policies they go by?
Yes, we have a set of policies and procedures that we have to follow every time we're analyzing evidence. And those policies and procedures are rooted in our accreditation standards that we must follow, and we are audited to every year.
Are y'all audited every year, you said?
Yes, every year.
Do you know when that's going to be, or is that a surprise audit?
No, we typically have one internal, which I believe just occurred, and then we have an external coming up next May.
How tense is it at the crime lab when this is going on?
Not too tense because we're trying to consistently keep up with these standards. So the idea is that when we're audited that we are hoping to not have any findings.
How's the crime lab doing under its guidelines and its accreditation?
We still are holding our accreditation, and from my understanding, there were no findings in the last audit.
When you test something, how many scientists actually do? For example, we're going to have a report by different people that we've agreed that you can introduce, but how many scientists actually look at when there's a final report, how many scientists have looked at that, I guess the specimen or the actual test itself?
So it depends. We do sometimes do kind of an assembly line type of procedure because there are multiple steps, specifically in the DNA analysis. There are multiple steps that occur to get to the end result. But by the time the report is issued, there would be one analyst who has reviewed every single part of that case file and has made the decisions in the case file and issued that report. And then a second trained analyst would review everything in the case file and make sure that they would come to the same conclusions as the reporting analyst.
So generally two.
Yes, 2 people will have looked at everything.
And if there's an issue, are y'all make sure internally that you're working that out before a final opinion is released?
Yes, so that peer review process, the report would not get released if there was a discrepancy between the reporting analyst and the peer reviewer. That would need to be resolved before the report would ever be issued.
How do you actually test for DNA? What kind of machines do you use, and what is the process?
So the process takes place in 5 steps. The first step is going to be extraction, where we'll take a cutting of the sample and place it in a tube, and then we add chemicals to that tube to help break open the DNA and separate it out from the other parts that are in the sample. And so we put that on what we call a BioRobot EZ1 that does kind of a cleanup process, so that what we're left with at the end of that step is just DNA in a liquid form inside of a tube, and we've gotten rid of everything else. Then the next step in the process is quantitation, and that we are going to place on an instrument called a 7500 that's going to run through multiple cycles to estimate how much DNA we were able to recover from that first step. And then the third step is amplification, and we're going to make billions of copies of approximately 21 locations on the DNA that we are interested in looking at, and that takes place on what we call a thermal cycler. And then lastly, we will do a step called detection, where the sample goes onto an instrument called a 3500, and it is going to separate the information from each of those locations that we tested for, and ultimately a software program will create a DNA profile from the results. And that profile is going to look kind of like a graph with peaks along it, and we can use those peaks are going to be the DNA markers that we're going to use for our interpretation.
The methods and the procedures that are used to test for DNA in this case, are they something that can be reproduced?
Yes.
Are they something that are observable?
Yes.
Are they something that are measurable?
Yes.
And when these tests are done, do you follow your procedures and practice that's generally accepted in the scientific community?
Yes.
And when the result is issued, are they reliable, something that can be relied upon by the GBI and also the clients are the ones that ultimately get the reports?
Yes.
And does the GBI participate with any national organizations to make sure that their standards are consistent with what other people are doing with DNA?
So as I stated before, we are an accredited laboratory through ANAB, which is the ANSI National Accreditation Board, where ANSI stands for the American National Standards Institute. And that is a nationally recognized accreditation board that a lot of forensic laboratories around the country are accredited to. We also, in the forensic biology section, follow the FBI's QAS standards, which is the quality assurance standards.
When I think of DNA, I think there's some evidence, something is there that you may not be able to see, but scientifically you can determine what it is that relates back to a person. So it traces back to a person. But what is DNA?
So DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and you can think of it like a blueprint for the human body. And it's located in the cells throughout the human body, and it would be unique to each individual with the exception of identical siblings.
Let's go through some of these reports here. On the screen in front of you should be GBI DOFS1. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what is the requested service? I'll do this with all the reports. So what is this report? What's the service requested?
This was a blood examination.
What's the report date?
The report date was 9/16/2018.
And to show we're all on the same page, it was requested by Cherokee County Sheriff's Office, is that right?
Correct.
It has an agency number listed with them, is that right?
Correct.
It says who it's requested by, is that right?
Correct.
Subject Melody Farris, subject Scott Farris, and victim Gary Wayne Farris. Do you see that?
Yes.
So make sure we're talking about this case. And then it appears in that the evidence, there's a section that says 7/18/2018, the laboratory received the following evidence from Cherokee County Sheriff's Office via lockbox. What's your lockbox? What does that mean?
When agencies are submitting evidence directly to the laboratory, they'll come in and they place the evidence into a lockbox. Once they shut the door on their side, it can no longer be accessed from that side. It can only be accessed on the other side of the lockbox by our lab support staff at the lab. So they'll remove it from the lockbox and give each case a unique identifier for DOFS, or the Division of Forensic Sciences, and then each item will get its unique item number that we'll track, and then it'll be entered into our laboratory information management system, our computer system, so that we can track everything through that.
If I ask you right now, if you could log into your computer just a random case, could you actually trace a piece of evidence like GBI item 2 or some other case? Could you actually see where it was at stages through the process?
Yes, so we do track the chain of custody is what we call it. So each item, once it's given that unique case number and item number, each item will get a barcode that traces back to that item specifically. And then every time we move the item throughout the laboratory, that barcode gets scanned. Each person has their own unique identifiable barcode, and each location or storage location has its unique barcode. So every time it's scanned to a person or a place, we are tracing that chain of custody through the barcode system.
Is keeping up and being very careful in the chain of custody and not corrupting physical evidence, is that something that GBI puts an emphasis on?
Yes, absolutely.
Is that part of your accreditation too?
Yes, it is.
If you pretty much were not very good at that, the GBI, could you lose your accreditation?
Yes.
Now you said DOFS case number, so this 2018-101-67. Let's look at this next. This is GBI DOFS 2. What's the type of requested service?
This is a blood examination.
And what's the report date for this one?
Also 9/16/2018.
I believe this is also going to be done by forensic biologist Angel Seagrass.
Correct.
All right. Let's go to the evidence here. So item 13, I think what y'all usually do is like item 13 comes in with a lot of material and then you break it down individually. So 13A, 13B, et cetera. Is that right?
Correct. So for instance, if we have a paper bag that has multiple boxes that contain swabbings in it, then we will do what we call itemization. So in this instance, it went to 13A and 13B to represent different boxes that were within the outer package.
Let's look at the expert opinion in this. I think I want to work backwards. Can you just read into the record what the results and conclusions are?
Chemical examination of the swabs from items 14A, 14C, and 15A indicates the presence of blood. The samples are being submitted for DNA testing.
That's too much. All right, so 14A, which is a sealed package labeled EM1 sample wet, so evidence marker 1, and we've talked about that in the case where that's at the basement. And then 14C, evidence marker 2, sample wet. So 14C, 14A, 14C, and 15A, which is the blue shoes in the closet, shows the presence of blood. Is that right?
Correct.
And then 13A, which is garbage can stain side, and 13B, garbage can stain face, fails to reveal the presence of blood. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, when you say fails, what does that mean? When something fails to, what could that be?
It would indicate that blood is not present on the item. So for these specific items, we would have done chemical testing, which would include 2 different tests that we would test for blood, and they are expected to change a specific color when blood is present. And that would be one of them turns green in the presence of blood, and the other one turns pink in the presence of blood. And for these 2 samples, neither of those tests came back with a positive result. So that's why we say it failed to reveal blood.
All right, I'm going to go to GBI DFS report number 5. What type of requested service is this one?
This is a DNA typing.
And what does that mean?
That means that we're doing the DNA analysis or DNA testing. So that's that multi-step process that I was talking about, where we get a DNA profile from the evidence and then compare it back to DNA profiles from any known individuals in the case.
And what was the report date on this one?
This was 11/5/2018.
And this was done by Kayla Bailey, a forensic biologist. Was she an expert with the GBI at the time that these reports and testing were done?
Yes, she was.
Qualified to do her job?
She was, yes.
And in this one, we have some evidence that was received. And I'm going to start at the bottom. So beginning with the paragraph where it says, the profile of Gary Wayne Farris, could you read that for us?
Actually, if I may, this report was actually replaced by a later report, which we call an amended report. And that is because there were deemed to be errors on the report. And so we did an investigation, what we call a corrective action report. And we reissued a new report with the corrections. So as far as the lab is concerned, this report would be null and void. It's been replaced.
Makes sense. But in this one, just to go through it real quickly, the profile of Gary Wayne Farris matches the profile obtained from the swabbings from the basement floor 14A, which is EM1 sample wet, and 14C, EM2 sample wet, and then item 29, the skin recovered from item 2. But you replace this, I think, is it going to be with your...
Yes,
11?
that is the report that's titled amended report. So all of this information will be in the amended report. Yes.
All right. And what was off on this one that you had to go back and replace it?
There were a few things that were noted. One of them was a technical note, which was in the statistical frequency that was calculated for a match. There was one marker that was included that should not have been, so that the statistical frequency had to be recalculated.
And when y'all catch something that's off, do y'all correct it?
Typos and other things that may show up and need to be corrected before the final report is released.
Was your report peer reviewed for this case?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to object to that, to the specific point that he stated that it was to make sure that it was a sound decision in his report. I would object to that, but that's just bolstering his opinion. We're trying to. Where we go with the question?
I'm done, Judge. I was going to sit down.
Okay. All right, anything else?
I'm going to ask you more questions.
All right, you can sit down. Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you.
All right, we got 2 minutes for another witness? All right, we will break for the day. Again, everything I've been telling y'all so far, please continue to follow those instructions. Don't talk to anybody about the case, look up anything about the case, or any of those things. All right, y'all have a good day. Tomorrow we will do our lunch off-site, and then we're going to break a little early on Wednesday, so I'll make sure whatever lunch we're getting, we get here sooner. All right, y'all can be excused. And then Thursday, we're doing at least 2.5 hours. We'll know more depending on me talking with the lawyers. But Thursday will be we'll break from noon to 2:30, at least.